And if you're over 40 and you want to become strong, fit, and lean without going to the gym, download my free ebook in the first link in the description. It's the second edition. You're going to love it. The Kettlebell Code. Grab it now for free. All right, ladies and gentlemen, another episode of the Kettle Nights podcast. First of all, I have to apologize. It's been a while, over 3 months since the last episode, but things are happening like crazy. A lot of stuff on my table that I'm trying to get a hold of. That's why these podcasts are not that often as I like them to. But here we are yet again. And before I introduce you, my guest that I have today, it's going to be an awesome conversation. I can't wait. I have a couple of dudes coming up. I have a kettlebell athlete coming up in the next couple of weeks. His name is Daniel Hutchinson. I'm going to talk to Ken Blackburn, an OG in the kettlebell sphere, so I can't wait to talk to these guys. So I still have it on my radar, my friends, but sometimes, life happens. But today, ladies and gentlemen, I have with me Roman Jiu Jitsu. So before I introduce you, my friend, I got somebody in a live stream that I did on YouTube shared with Gotta React to Roman and see what he does because he hates kettlebells. And I'm like, all right, let's go ahead and check him out. So what I did, and this is how we got this podcast going, is I checked out his stuff, which, by the way, I already told Roman before we got started with the recording, a lot of the stuff I agree on. I think we have more in common than we have differences. And then I saw this video that he did with, this back and forth with Adam, which Roman can get into a little bit. And so I made a reaction to this. I call this, it's reaction inception. So somebody does a reaction to somebody else, then I react to it. And so Roman commented on the channel, was like, bro, what's going on? I'm like, you know what? Let's have a conversation. So here we are. Roman, welcome to the podcast.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. Roman, we always do the same thing with people that we have on the podcast. I want to hear your story. How did you get started with training? You're a jiu-jitsu guys and you do bodybuilding and, give us the whole rundown.
Yeah, so I started with training when I was preparing to go into the military. I was like a fairly ungifted physical athlete in high school. I grew super late. I couldn't even do a pull-up in high school. And so I got into the research of how do I get my body stronger? How do I get physically prepared to go to the military? Because what I wanted to do was I wanted to be an Army Ranger. And the physical qualifications for that were pretty rigorous. And so, being somebody that was not at the, I wasn't an elite athlete or anything, I was like, okay, how do I approach this goal? And so that's kind of where I started. I just started, reading internet forums, reading books, trying to find out how I could get, basically at the time, which was max the PT test. I went on to do that. I went on to figure out, how to kind of train myself with body weight exercises, pull-ups, push-ups, sit-ups, running. And I was always actually a pretty good runner, but the strength stuff actually came fairly not so quick to me. It took me a while to like max my push-up test. It was all the way at the end of basic training where I was actually able to max it. But anyway, that's how I got started. And then once I made it through the selection processes and actually finally made it and became an Army Ranger, which was a pretty lengthy process, I was at the actual unit of being, where I was Ranger Battalion. And we were super lucky there where we had a full custom kitted out gym with 2 professional strength coaches
Awesome.
who we got to work under every single day.
Great.
And so not only was I also doing my own research on like, okay, how do I get stronger? I started with, just like basic barbell movements. I was doing a program called Starting Strength.
Yeah,
and so I was doing like,
Mark
just
Ripto, that's what's
the,
up.
the OG, like just,
OG.
yeah. Like I remember I was like in like a van at like a training event reading like the Starting Strength book, reading about Mark Ripto talking about hip drive and all that stuff,
Exactly.
I didn't know anything. So this was just like gospel to me. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm going to do
and
a
it's
low
a good
bar
way to
back
start.
squat.
And by the way, that's a good way to start. I mean, a lot of people, I got started in a similar fashion. I don't want to interrupt too long, but I had a similar startup, but my information was a little bit diluted, if I can say so. And if you start with a encyclopedia for strength, which the basic barbell training really is, especially for barbell stuff, that's actually a good way to get started with strength training, right?
Oh yeah. And I think it was really, really good because it focused on linear progression, right? So I think a lot of people who are beginners in the gym, they start out and they don't actually progress. And so starting strength like forces you to progress. And so I got strong really fast. Like I think I went from like, 150-pound bench press, which would be like 60 kilos or something like that, to like 100-kilo bench press in like 3 months, right? I got
Crazy.
strong fast.
Crazy, yeah.
And that's what made me fall in love with training and lifting is I saw changes in my body. I put on muscle mass and I got strong. And then from there, right, working out every morning under these strength coaches, kind of figuring out, listening to them, figuring out how to lift correctly, get the technique down, being able to ask them questions. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? I was able to kind of pick their brains while simultaneously, just because I am obsessive, just like always listening to podcasts, reading, watching YouTube videos, all this stuff. I was on YouTube back in like 2016, 2017, watching like Jiu Jitu, like
Yeah,
with
the
all
legend.
with all his
Another
crazy,
OG.
yeah, with all his like crazy guests. He'd have like Clarence
Yeah.
Kennedy and
No,
Eric
Clarence is
Bugenhagen.
crazy.
Dude.
Eric is crazy too. I mean, I love
Yeah.
that you mentioned these names. You're 27, right? Or 29?
29, yeah.
29, right? So yeah, you're in that age group where I'm 41, so I grew up with the internet as well. But I think you are a little bit more entrenched into these kind of circles. Of course, I know Juji Mufu. I know Clarence. What's his name again? Clarence, right?
Clarence Kennedy, yeah.
The weightlifter, right? The strong
Irish
ass
weightlifter.
dude.
Oh, yeah.
This dude is crazy. Yeah. And Eric Bugan. Eric is an OG. And he lifts with
Yes.
kettlebells, by the way. You got
I
to
know.
check out Eric.
I know he does. He does some crazy lifts.
Yeah, crazy lifts. Yeah.
So anyway, yeah. And so I was, watching YouTube videos, like talking to them, asking them questions, things like that. So that's kind of how I got started with like understanding training, understanding strength training, and all that. And then when I got out of the military, I actually started jiu-jitsu at the very end of being in the military. But when I got out, I got pretty serious about jiu-jitsu. And what I found very rapidly in jiu-jitsu was that just like the 3 or 4 like barbell movements that I was doing, paired with super high intensity cardio and the way that I was programming my stuff, didn't really work anymore. Like I couldn't just like add 5 pounds to the bar, add 10 pounds to the bar week to week. And so I had to really dive into, how do I program my lifting so that I can get stronger while doing a sport that really rewards being strong? And while I was doing jujitsu and also lifting, because I came from a lifting background, something that I realized that people didn't do in jujitsu was take their strength and conditioning seriously. Everybody wanted to be on the mats all the time. Everybody wanted to train all the time, but nobody lifted weights. It was like pulling teeth to get people to lift weights. And that was always very interesting to me. And I always wondered why that was. And for a brief period of time when I was in college, just, making some extra money, I would like train people from my jujitsu gym. We had like a little like, rack, barbell, like dumbbell, stuff like that. And I would train people there. And so I was like doing group or personal training there and kind of helping people work on like strength and conditioning for jujitsu. And then at the end of college, I graduated, I have a finance degree. I was like, okay, I have 2 options right now. I love jujitsu. I can either go start a finance career, or with the limited amount of athletic time I have left in my body, I'm going to go pursue jujitsu professionally. And so I was like, screw it, dude. I'm going for it. And so I moved to Austin, Texas to train under a guy named John Danaher, who's like the greatest jiu-jitsu coach in the world. And all of last year, I trained my butt off. It culminated with, at the end of the year, I competed at the brown belt adult world championship. So one step below black belt, but I got a silver medal at the world championships at brown belt adult, which is like the actual.
Yeah, right. And the world championships are, because I'm not a jiu-jitsu guy. The only thing that I've heard of, being somebody just looking from the outside in, is Ray Gordon, what was his name?
Yeah. Gordon Ryan. That's
Gordon Ryan, exactly. So he was. Is that the
that's John's
Worlds?
#1 student.
All right. Is that the Worlds that you competed at too?
So Gordon Ryan has won like the federation's called IBJJF. Gordon Ryan's won worlds and pans at that. But that year, obviously, like Gordon is A, a black belt, and B, just he doesn't compete in IBJJF anymore. Like he gets paid to grapple nowadays. I would say the IBJJF competition is more of like, while it's prestigious, it's a little bit more of an amateur competition in the sense of you don't get paid to win it. You don't get paid to compete in it.
But it's similar, but you competed, let's say, on a similar level. And you got the silver in brown belt. So is it you have different belt categories. I'm aware of this, and so then they compete versus each other. And then you have like the brown belts versus the brown belts, black versus black, red versus red, or something like this, right? Is that how it goes down?
Yes, that is how it works. Yeah. First, though, I do want to just say one thing because I don't want people to take this clip out of context. I am not on a similar skill level as Gordon Ryan. I don't. Gordon actually. So the gym I train at is John Danaher's and Gordon Ryan's school. So Gordon is my coach. Gordon is 100,000 times better than me. So don't take this out of context. I'm not on Gordon Ryan's
Roman thinks he's at the same level. You know, on the internet. I love it. But all right, just for me to understand it. So Gordon is on another plane. Somebody who, like I said, I don't know nothing about jiu-jitsu, but they always said this about him, that he's that behemoth that came into the sport and then kind of like, put everybody on their head and completely obliterated everybody. Is that really so for somebody who?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I think I don't know if there's a more dominant athlete in any other sport that I can think of. I'm not going to lie. And it's twofold. One, Gordon is obviously a very good athlete, but jiu-jitsu doesn't reward athleticism as much as other sports. It rewards knowledge probably twice as much as other professional sports. And so Gordon is not only physically capable, but he also knows more about the 1 million permutations of jiu-jitsu moves that there are than anybody else on the planet, besides John Danaher, who's the coach. Because John's the most brilliant mind in combat sports by a long shot. It's not even close. When he answers questions, it's insane. The depth of knowledge is honestly, he does nothing else but study and watch tape and learn. Like he's a freak of nature. Right? Yeah. It's
when you're athletically gifted and strong, plus you are also skilled in a sense that you completely understand the moves in all their little details. Yeah. And so you mentioned, and so what I'd like to know, and then you can, of course, continue with your story. So when we talk a little bit about Gordon, was he somebody who was intense and focused on GPP stuff or, weight room stuff as well? Or was he just on the mats?
You're going to hate this. And I don't even advocate for this either, even though I'm a hobbyist bodybuilder. Gordon does literally just pure like 4x15 pump work. That's all he does. He just body builds. Like literally no. I advocate for like I'll advocate for like 2 sets of like a heavy set of 6 or something, like get the least amount or do the least amount for the most stimulus, get out of the gym, go hit the assault bike, do 10 minutes on the assault bike hard, get out of the gym. Gordon will just go in there, pump, just get bicep pump,
just for the looks. Adios.
Yeah.
I love that.
And I mean, he's big and strong, right? And like at the end of the day, like how much does strength and conditioning affect you as an athlete? Not as much as I think a lot of people want to like even me, who's I coach people, right? I sell programs and I have like train heroic training teams. I have all this stuff. I know that like the actual effect, like the measurable effect of being really good at strength and conditioning only goes so far. And we know this, right? Like the NFL has like a combine, right? The NFL has a combine and it's the best athletes in the NFL aren't necessarily the guys like tipping the scales at the combine, just crushing the combine. Now there's correlation, right? People that are doing really well at the combine are generally really good athletes, but the best dude at the combine, honestly, a lot of times isn't really playing in the NFL. So it doesn't, it's not a one-to-one.
I love that. You know what I heard about a legendary coach once said, and this is kind of like the motto that I live by. And of course, I mean, in sports, you have to be gifted as well, especially at the extremes. I mean, what you said rings true, unless it might be strength sports, right? Where you focus on weightlifting and, that's something else. But from the sports that you're talking about, I wholeheartedly agree that especially the extremes, the top 1%, you have to be gifted. So that's number one. And then you have to be a crazy student of the sport itself. And this is what a legendary coach said. I love this. He said, what's the difference between a good and an elite athlete? And he said, well, the elite athlete continues and pushes through the boredom. And I love that. Yep. So when stuff gets boring, and the guy that I always envision, living in Switzerland, soccer's big here in Europe, right? And so I always imagine David Beckham, you know the guy?
Yes.
All right. So David Beckham, everybody's under the shower, and he's still at the fields kicking the ball, making sure he got these flanken. I don't know the word in English. These kicks from the outside, and he was called the flanken god. So the god of this particular kick, where the ball flies into the zone, and then boom, the other guys would headbutt it into the goal. So I imagine this guy kicking the ball hundreds of times after practice is over, running back to get the ball because everybody's under the shower already, so you don't have nobody to pass the ball back. And then he does this hundreds of times, and then he goes to sleep, right? Or he goes under the shower. So these are the types of athletes that I imagine are the crazy ones who bleed the sport out of their nose, right? And then, and I agree, and this is probably where you got, where I'm on the same page like you, probably, where people think, and I saw this is the content that you produce as well, where we agree as well. When people think some crazy, flashy move that you pull off with a weight, doesn't matter if it's a barbell, a band, a kettlebell, a dumbbell. So this flashy move is going to grant you this ultimate skill on the sport. Absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. I believe in, and I think you'd agree, I believe in building up your GPP, making sure that you have the base to even go into the sport. But then once you practice the sport and become a student of it, and you actually love it, you dig deep into it, you get your GPP as well from it. Plus, you specialize in such a crazy form that anything else that you do at the sides is like for fun. And the guy, and that's why probably Gordon does bodybuilding stuff to look good. And the guy that comes into my mind is Floyd Mayweather. The guy has the crappiest diet ever, according to documentaries. He eats burgers, he eats all the crap, but he knocks everybody out, right?
Yeah.
Or Mike Tyson, being the behemoth that he is, such a natural monster, right? And so this is what you have to, I believe, yes, there's a lot of work attached to it, but being at the top world's elite, you have to be gifted and you have to be a student of that sport.
Yeah. I think there's two things too that really important what you said that I want to touch on. So one is, and this is a hard truth for a lot of people to accept, is to be in the top, I don't know, 0.1% of your sport, you have to be genetically engineered for it. And like, that's just like a kind of a sad truth, is like, you look at Michael Phelps' body, he's got like little short flipper legs, a long torso, and gigantic arms.
Perfect.
He's built to swim. Like if you built a human being to swim, you build Michael Phelps.
Yes,
Now, so regardless of Michael Phelps' training, diet, mentality, he would be in the top 100 swimmers, no matter what. He is literally a human seal.
Agreed.
But with the right training, with the right, diet, with the right mentality, with the right coaching, you can go from top 100 to Michael Phelps, like what, 16-time Olympian. So, or 16-time gold medalist. So that portion of like, yes, you have to be genetically kind of engineered for your sport, but also you need the other attributes to then go from that pool of talent to being the best. And so like Gordon Ryan's like a 6'3", 240-pound man who's like, physically dominating.
He's built.
But also he's a student of the game. He also studies. And then the second point I wanted to touch on too is kind of what you were talking about with GPP. And realistically, this is my entire philosophy around GPP. And it's John Danaher's philosophy about Jiu Jitsu, which is the 80-20 rule. The 80-20 is this. 80% of your success in jiu-jitsu comes from 20% of your moves. So there's
Pareto principle.
10. Yeah, there's all these moves, there's all these techniques, but 80% of your success will come from a very small amount of those. And that is my same philosophy that I try to push on social media about strength and conditioning, is 80% of the net benefit is going to come from the basics, from that 20%.
See, that's why when I saw your stuff, especially the reel that you did with Zach Thielander, right?
Yes.
Where were you like, what's this? Dr. Huberman endorses functional patterns, and you're like, no. So that's exactly. And I think everybody had their share with this guy. I had a personal interaction with him a couple of years back. Yeah. Guys, that dude is a toxic. If toxicity is in the dictionary, it's his image. That dude is next level con artist. And so, and I say this with a lot of respect. I'm somebody, I'm open-minded, but I'm also I know a little bit enough of the game to understand, listen, you're just playing people. This is, you're joking. And when it comes to this, the 80-20 principle is exactly what I do, right? I say, listen, the basics work. They have been working for centuries, for lots of time, right? So yes, you can, do a one-arm deadlift with kettlebells, for example. You can do a snatch, a half snatch, a power snatch. You can do a power clean, a regular clean. You can do a rack squat, an overhead squat, or a goblet squat. But the basics are the same. We squat, we lunge, we press, we carry, right? And we do some ballistic moves. That's what the kettlebell comes equipped with. But the stuff is always the same. So why should I change the ingredients if I know I keep winning with those? And not only I am winning with those, but also our clients and the larger community that we have. And I even go that far. That's why I'm considered a heretic in the kettlebell sphere. I even go that far and say, listen, the Turkish get up is a funny move, but the squat, the press, the carry, they completely demolish the Turkish get up.
I love that makes you a heretic.
It makes me a heretic, right? And so you are right, and you're right to point that out, because the kettlebell sphere is fairly tribal. That's one thing.
Yeah.
And once you go against the big names, then people start to hate you for it. But I think I've crossed the threshold to a certain extent where I'm considered somebody who's not just the dude next door who lifts a little bit of kettlebells. I think I've earned my keep to a certain extent, and so that's why I look at the stuff, and this is how I draw conclusions. Hence, the 80-20 principle, wholeheartedly agree with it.
See, here's what's funny is I'm considered a heretic to the bodybuilding community. So like I spend half of my reels like defending like being a bodybuilder to like all these guys that are like bodybuilding's for mirror flexing. And so like I defend this group of people, right, that are doing a sport, that the sport of bodybuilding is different, by the way. And we can talk about this later. The sport of bodybuilding is far different than training with bodybuilding movements. So I spend all this time defending them, and then I'll make, like the updated scientific information about hypertrophy, and the OG bodybuilders will like jump down my throat. Like, you don't know anything about training, kid. I've been training longer than you. And it's like, brother, it's not my opinion. I'm just letting you guys know, like, now that we understand how active tension and passive tension works, we know that you get 50% of the stimulus from the eccentric. So arbitrarily slowing this down is not necessarily.
But that's old news. That's old.
I know.
News,
and then they're like, no, man, like time under tension's king, and it's like, so I'm considered that same heretic to like OG bodybuilding while simultaneously defending them to like the broad community of Instagram.
It's funny how things go, right? And so, the funny thing is always, especially in our community, which the larger community is fitness, right? And so somebody once told me, listen, the fitness community consists out of, especially trainers, we are a very small group about this big, because I love it what he does. He says, listen, if you have this amount of people from the whole world, the 8 billion people, who trains? And I'm like, well, not a lot, not many of them. He's like, that little group, right? I say, yes. So what does that little group do? I'm like, I don't know. They tell each other how wrong they are. That's what they do. So that's how fitness, from the outside looking in. And of course, it's always when you, especially with the science lifting and the practical guys, I do understand it to a certain extent, right? Which you probably agree with me as well, right? If you have somebody, when science is done, especially when you look at the rare scientific landscape concerning kettlebells. So when you look at that landscape, it is indicative of the fact that the kettlebell does have some principles that allow us to, build muscle, get stronger. And we can talk a little bit about this later, but it's done in a very limited scope. So the methods, how it's done, I don't consider it the perfect way. It could be improved upon, right? But at least we have some data that points to a certain direction. And so that's where my gripe is. I'm like, it's not a bad study, but when I look at the method, I see that they don't use the kettlebell in a way how I consider, and not only me, lots of lifters from all around the world, especially when you look at the eastern side of things of how the Russians train with kettlebells, then it's not using the tool in its proper context to understand its benefits. And so then I'm a little bit more on the fence, right? But at the same time, I listen what science says. Because this is data that we're gathering, and I'm a big fan of data. So if you have 2 million people and this is the results that you get out of it, hey, it might be true, right? So,
Yeah.
so let's continue pushing down that path.
Dude, I'm on the same page as you. I hate studies. Studies are the worst. And here's why: is like any individual study can be set up in a way. Like I come from a finance background, so like I know how to read statistics. I know how to read, research papers, and I actually have an academic background of like the sense of like you can't just go and read the conclusion or you can't just scroll through a study. This is what people do. They pretend that they read a study, they go to the study and they find either A, something wrong with it that they can nitpick, or B, something that confirms their bias. And it's like
Yeah, it's human
a,
beings.
a
This is how we all are. Yeah.
and it's like a study, a singular study means nothing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
what does mean something is the meta-analysis or
Yes.
all of the studies together.
Body of
And
evidence. Yes,
and then what
exactly.
I think is far more important than anything is mechanisms. If we can understand the mechanisms, we don't need one study about this or one. Like if we can understand the mechanisms of how things work, that's so much more valuable than a study, because a study is so limited on the conditions and variables that they can control for, test for. There's so many variables outside of their control. Like, did that guy just wake up, 3 hours of sleep, drink a energy drink, and then like his nervous system's all like jittery, he
Mhm.
misses reps or uncoordinated a day, or he's a beginner lifter or an intermediate lifter, but even though he's an intermediate lifter, he's been lifting for 5 years, he's gotten stimulus for muscle growth, he doesn't really know how to lift, and like he's not very intense, he doesn't approach his training with intense. There's so many
So many
variables that make
variables. 100%.
studies, any
100%.
particular study. Whenever somebody brings me like this PMID article, like read this, and I'm like, no, because it's not gonna, that doesn't tell me anything. Studies on their own are meaningless. You need a body of evidence for an argument, or you need to understand the mechanisms of how things work. And if you
Exactly.
don't have those things, I don't care about a study. I can make a study that shows anything.
It's a good point. Also, what you see when they do these meta analyses or the systematic reviews, what I think is interesting is the researchers do this too. They have, all right, so we found 10,000 studies that we want to look at. We discarded 95%.
Yeah, yeah,
All right, so you so you guys do it too, right? You say, "Oh no,
yeah.
that's wrong, that's bad, that's not good." So it leaves us with 5, which at the end of the day is probably good. It's peeling the onion and then saying, "Listen, out of these 10,000 studies, it might be interesting. This is what we gather from this study. So there might be truth to it. Let's push and continue further, right?" And so I think it's two things. The science lifting guys, for example, good point, very good point, is Jeff Nippert. Jeff Nippert did a video on, and he's considered the ultimate science guy with lifting, right? And
Yeah, for
I
sure.
get it, the dude's knowledgeable. I like his content, very professionally produced. The guy deserves his million subscribers that he has, these millions. And so he talks about certain exercises, and then he talks about the kettlebell swing, right? And so people brought this to my attention. He's like, listen, he says, for example, for glute building exercises, the kettlebell swing is not that good, which we can, talk about at length if it's a very good exercise. Of course, I agree. Squats are way better. I mean, I get this, but the swing might still have some, there might still be some form of principle to use it, especially with a heavier weight, if you have the proper way to use it. And then he does the swing, and, having a coach's eye, I see that he doesn't do the swing properly. And so I think this is also probably one of your gripes, because oftentimes the kettlebell community at large, which I understand, is always critiquing everybody, right? They say, this is not the way to do it, this is wrong, blah, 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 blah. And I get it. To a certain extent, they're right, but sometimes they're off. And the key is, he's a science lifting guy. He shows the exercise, but me being an expert on that thing, I use it on a daily basis. I got tutored by one of the legends in that sphere, and I've talked to close to 100 people in the kettlebell sphere about this. I see this is not the way to do it, right?
Yeah.
But
See,
he
I think,
didn't know
yeah, go ahead.
because he doesn't do the exercise on a regular basis, yet he uses it in the video, right? If you get
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, so like this is my gripe too with science-based lifters right now. I don't know how deep you are on like the current trend of science-based lifting, of like it's actually kind of shifting away from like the Jeff Nippert stuff and going down the road. I don't know if you've ever heard the name Chris Beardsley, But Chris Beardsley is kind of like a pioneer in the sense of like sifting through and combing through relevant data and like science-based lifting and like kind of killing old myths and figuring out the new mechanisms, things like that. He's
Beardsley, right?
Chris Beardsley. Yeah, he's really, really good at what he does. However, he's created a cult of 16 to 19-year-olds on TikTok and Instagram that just like live and die by what he says, and also like make these in the same way that like people make like hyper complex functional exercises, hyper complex stable exercises. And so they take the theory of what Chris is saying and they like attach their arm to like the cable column and like put a cuff on and then squeeze like what they call a Bluetooth handle, like a handle without actually grabbing the handle on the cable, and then do like tricep extensions. And the theory is sound of like, oh yeah, increasing stability increases motor unit recruitment.
Yes.
But then you've made the exercise so weird and awkward, and you can't go as hard because it's weird and awkward. So now you're reducing motor unit recruitment. And so this is my main gripe with the science-based lifting community as well, is I've been lifting for 10 years. I'm sure you've been lifting for well over a decade, right? If you look at the pyramid of knowledge, there's explicit knowledge that comes from studies, there comes from information, and then tacit knowledge.
Yes.
And if you look at that pyramid, 80%, it's like same thing at 80-20 rule, 80% of that knowledge is learned on the job through experience doing it.
Yes,
you can read studies, you can literally be Chris Beardsley, but if Chris isn't in the gym training, I know, like when I see some like super hyper goofy stable movement for a chest press, I'm like, guys, go bench, stop. Like, dude, you're making it weird. You're doing all these things that work in theory, but it doesn't. I can grab a barbell and push really hard, really heavy, or I can go over to that weird goofy machine that you've attached all this crazy shit to yourself and make it weird and awkward. And now you can't go as hard. You can't push as hard. It's just like you've overcomplicated the simple. You're majoring in the minors. It's not that complex. And you only learn that from doing this for a long time.
Yes. See, that's why I knew when I checked your stuff, I'm like, I gotta talk to Roman, not just because the funny thing is I want to talk to, for example, Steve Maxwell. Well, for those of you, if you don't know, Steve Maxwell is an OG in the kettlebell sphere as well, and he completely bashes kettlebells. And I want to talk to people like this because I don't always want to talk to the choir, right? But touching on what you're saying, I think it is the same old formula of the snake oil salesman. Not saying that Chris is like this, right? I don't know the guy, but just the gist of it is, how about I use and kettlebells offer themselves perfectly for this. How about I use a very strange or very small detail that is not that known, plus I maybe add some sprinkle of scientific background on top of it, and then I sell it as this new way. Because every one of us has seen, listen, you want to get a great chest? How about you do some push-ups? And how about maybe you incorporate a bench press? This is how you build the pectoral muscles, right? Good. Very basic stuff. Everybody hears this. But how about I make a video where I say, did you know that push-ups don't build your chest?
Yeah.
So in marketing, funny enough, in marketing, it's called the contrarian message. So it is an angle that has gotten a name because everybody does it, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why I, for example, say in the kettlebell sphere is like the Turkish get-up is, like I said, it's the ultimate end-all be-all for many of the folks. And I use a contrarian message, but I back it up and I say that the Turkish get-up is one of the worst exercises you can do. So I get a lot of flack for it, but then you might want to listen to me. Right? So I add some points to it. I do the exercise too sometimes, but the jerk squat, they add more gains and they give you more benefits and more adaptation. So that's what I'm here for, right? Yeah. And this is such an interesting point that this is done in all phases, right? In nutrition, it's done.
Yeah.
You take one mechanism, for example, this is what, Lane Norton, right?
Mm-hmm.
BioLane.
I've been watching Lane for like 10 years. Yeah.
Man, Lane is an OG.
Yeah.
And that's what he says, dude. He says, listen, how come you guys take a mechanism that happens, for example, blood spikes, sugar
Oh boy.
spikes in
I
the
knew you were
blood,
going with
right?
this. Yeah.
How you take this mechanism and you make it something bad. When you look at the big picture, it all stabilizes itself. Of
Like a
course,
little
if
blip.
yes,
Yeah.
I think this is what you alluded to, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Yeah, I
crazy.
mean, I do lifting and nutrition stuff. Like I coach both, and I make a lot of nutrition content as well. And
Mhm.
oh man, I don't know what's worse in terms of the snake oil of it's got to be nutrition. Nutrition's got to be worse
Probably
because
yes, yes,
there's
yes.
so many
I think so.
people that latch on to, like you said, this one little bit of mechanism or one little bit of data or one little bit of anecdotal evidence,
Yes,
and then they make it like it's more their personality. Like lifting is a lot of our personalities because we love doing it. It's our
of
passion.
course.
But boy, are like the dogma of like carnivore or like paleo or like the dogma around
Veganism.
nutrition. Yeah, vegan is oh my god.
Be careful.
It's crazy.
Now the functional patterns, they're like saints against these guys. This is,
I
and you
know.
know, and for those of you who are listening, it's we're not trying to make. I'm not trying to. I think we're not trying to make fun of these guys, but it's just
No,
it's
no.
a reality. It's very hard to have a very normal conversation where we just talk about the again the 80-20 principle, where we talk about the basic, for example, weight loss. Yeah, you can come up with all sorts of things, but the idea is you probably eat a little bit too much, so eat a little bit less and you're good, right? And
Yeah.
I learned this. I got certified with precision nutrition. I got level 1 and level 2. This is like 2018, so that's wow, what, that's 7 years ago. And I love what they say. They say, majoring in the minor, what they say is, here's what you are doing. You're mowing the lawn while the house is on fire,
Yeah, yeah.
right? You
That's most
focus.
people's diet. Yeah.
Yes.
They
You
go,
focus.
they get back from eating In and Out and they look at me eating a diet soda because I'm on a diet. And I'm like, man, I'm feeling a little hungry. And I had my like, meat, rice, and vegetables, but I'm feeling a little hungry. Like, I don't want to like go snack. I'm gonna have a diet soda. And people will come back from eating crazy stuff and they'll go, are you drinking a diet soda?
Are you
And I'm like,
serious?
yes.
It's that serious. It
Yeah.
really is. It really is. And see, this is where data comes in again handy, where you look at, listen, let's look at the two things. Let's look on experience, right? So and then so it's so funny when people say, well, I cut all the sugar. That's why I lost weight. It's awesome. So you're looking at the mechanism, but what you cut at the end of the day was calories.
Yeah.
That's why you lost weight, right? But
Yeah.
and I'm not saying that there's not too much sugar in certain products. There most definitely is, and in the U.S.
For sure.
It's a different story.
It's bad.
For
Yeah,
sure
it's
it
bad.
is, yes. But still, then we focus on this one issue, and we forget the bird's eye perspective. This is what happens so often. And if we take it back to lifting, I think you did a reel on this one particular guy where he does these crazy movements,
The
making
crazy
it.
trainer.
Yeah. Oh, the crazy.
Yeah.
I actually had a conversation with him. With
Yeah.
what's his name? I forgot his first name. But with the crazy trainer, I had a conversation, and he is not affiliated, but he buys into the ideas of David Weck.
I know.
And David Weck is the Bosu Ball guy.
I
And
know.
David Weck comes up with ideas. Again, listen, no disrespect intended. But again, it makes things look so flashy. And here's what I love. Here's what Dan John told me. And this is what I use too. Listen, if you have this particular special super technique, okay, show me the track and field athletes that you can prove got wider jumps, higher jumps, run faster or longer because of your particular technique. I'll wait. Right?
Yeah, I know. I don't
Show
think they
me
can
show me
beat.
the track record.
Yeah, I think so. Here's the thing that I really do respect about guys like David Weck is we need outside the box thinkers, creative minds. I think that's really cool that there's people pushing the boundaries. We won't learn new information if we don't. However, it's the 20%. It's not the foundation. Like if you take an athlete and you have him do the kettlebell juggling stuff as the foundation of his training and claim that this is making him a good athlete, I know that you're lying. But if you take an athlete, and the crazy trainer, honestly, he's a big, strong guy. And we've had conversations after that, back and forth.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, let's get a training session in or whatever. But it's like, dude, the reason that you're strong is because you pick up, some sandbags, you do a couple of trap bar deadlifts, you hit the landmine, and then you do some heavy kettlebell work. It's not because you juggle that kettlebell. And while I disagree with some of your main training styles, I think instead of doing, picking up a awkward sandbag, why don't we go use the gym implement design to get you the strongest with the simplest way? It's fine to pick up the sand. I don't have any issue with that. I don't care. But at the end of the day, those are the things that are making you strong. This really flashy WEC method thing is it's not, saying the cherry on top is wrong because I don't even think it's part of the puzzle. But I think it's cool to develop skills and stuff like that. I think it's cool to develop, some fun things and this is kind of a tangent, but anything that gets you in the gym, that gets you excited about going to the gym, that you have fun with, in my opinion, might be one of the most important things about fitness. Because if you can enjoy your training, if you can enjoy going to the gym, if you I look forward to going to the gym. I get excited the day before going. If I know oh, I have a big whatever lift tomorrow, it gets me a little nervous. That feeling of enjoying your training is actually performance enhancing. A lot of people think that training comes from training hard comes from this idea of my ex-girlfriend broke up with me and I'm mad and angry and sad. And we have data on this. Happier people train harder. And if you enjoy your training, man, and it gets you in the gym to train hard, that's really, really valuable. And if you want to go do that, cool, juggling the kettlebell or some, cool, WEC method stuff to try it out, that's totally fine. The only issue I have with it, man, is getting on social media and the video that he made of saying, trainers don't do this because they're stupid and they don't understand it and they suck at it. And I'm like, okay, let's pump the brakes.
At the end of the day, I think many of us, we use this line of communication, especially on social media, to maybe get some attention. So that's what I do too. On YouTube, I use a lot of, they call me the king of clickbait. And I'm like, bro, I'm the clickbait merchant, my friend. This is what I do.
Hey,
of
I'm
course
in the same
I do
boat,
it.
brother.
Of course, and I don't really care, right? Because here's the key. If I really pick up a title where I actually explain what I do in the video, you won't watch it. Nobody's watching it. So it's, again, don't hate the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. It is what it is. So
it is.
And here's the key. Everybody wants to be seen. So you have to play to the rules. And now here's the key. What do you do with it, right?
Yes.
And so harking back on what maybe the crazy trainer was saying is, you can say stuff like this. For example, this is the one exercise trainers forgot and never teach you because they don't want you to be strong. And then you give a nuanced opinion. I got it. But if you really believe in the clickbait headline, this is when I also draw the line to a certain extent. Because talking about juggling that you mentioned, I know a couple of juggling heavyweights. I've had a conversation with Darren, Colin Daring. And Colin Daring is, that guy is, I call him the freestyle juggling king. The way he moves is, that guy's from another planet. He's from Brooklyn. We had a great conversation, and the guy's awesome. However, he has a body built like a soldier, built like an elite unit. Well, look at what he does too. Pull-ups, presses, squats. Guess what? He does the juggling stuff. And so just recently when I did a reel about, fake it and basic exercises, somebody commented ooh, Darren's not going to like this. And he tagged him. And I said, why isn't Darren supposed to like this? Because Darren is an OG. He uses the basics. He's a beast. And he's the freestyle juggling king. That's something different. And he commented, bro, I love what you do, blah, 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 right? He commented. He chimed in. And so here's the key. Juggling will never get you jacked. Will never get you these benefits. And let's keep it kettlebell specific. And now we can talk a little bit about kettlebells if you want to. Mm-hmm. Juggling does not give you what the kettlebell can give you. It is fun. It is fun. Great. And now I wanna confirm what you say. If this keeps you moving, you've been a couch potato all your life. Now you've discovered juggling. And in the last 12 months, you couldn't spend a waking minute without thinking about juggling. You have won, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great, because
If
it keeps you
it gets
moving.
your butt back in the gym, yeah.
Perfect. It keeps you moving. But now let's talk a little bit about most bang for your buck. What gets you the highest ROI?
Mhm.
Now let's be real about it. Juggling is not in it.
No.
It's not the basic fundamental exercise. And so this is where people have to understand that I'm not knocking on juggling, folks. Two things can be true at the same time. Juggling can be cool, and at the same time, it's not a basic exercise. Same with the mace, for example. Mace, the mace training, the one exercise that I love about the mace is the swing behind the back, right? Where you swing behind, great for the shoulders, great for the rotational, resisting rotation, an awesome way to train. And one of the kings in that regard, for example, is the Flowing Dutchman. Love this guy. Had a conversation with him too. And this is a basic move with a heavy mace. Ever tried a 20 kg mace with the swing behind your back? This is going to tear you apart if you don't know how to do it. It's a tough exercise. Same with a heavy swing. Same with a heavy snatch, right? When I did my master sport, I had to do 100 snatch with a 32 kg kettlebell. I had 10-minute time allotted to it, and I could only switch hands once, right? I had to understand the exercise. I had to be prepared for it. Took me 4 months of preparation, and I got lots of benefits for it. Great. This is a basic exercise. And so with the mace, for example, if you do these warrior moves with the mace,
Yeah.
again, it's fun, but that's not a basic. And people get mad at me for saying this, right? Because, for example, that little warrior move that I said for fun, somebody chimed in. I actually know the guy. He's like, well, the kick, the chin up warrior kick, you're doing it wrong. I'm like, bro, I do it wrong because it's a waste.
Yeah, I'm not good at shot board either.
So that's the point.
Yeah.
And so if you can jump in a little bit, how did this happen with you and Adam?
Okay, so it started because I am I do bodybuilding for fun, in the sense of the sport of bodybuilding for fun. A lot of my general strength training principles are based off of the fact of doing the least for the most net stimulus. So one of the things that I talk about, and I'll round back out to where I don't want to go on a super tangent. I'm kind of a talker.
Take as long as it wants. We have time.
Okay, cool. I have time too. So one of my principles around the way I program my strength training is basically based from my tacit knowledge of jiu-jitsu is okay, sport's really hard on your back and spine. So what can we do to alleviate some of that pressure? Because we do need to train our back musculature, our spinal erectors, get our back strong. I'm not a glass backer, right? I want you guys to train, heavy deadlifts, heavy hinges, and make sure you're hitting those muscle groups. But I don't think that there's any benefit, because you can only get so much stimulus from any individual session, from jackhammering our spine with doing heavy back squats, heavy front squats, heavy deadlifts, heavy overhead press, not on a bench, standing, right? Of all this spinal work. Why don't we just pick one of those, right? And then we can do some machine work to offload some of that spinal fatigue for later for our sport, and get the same stimulus for those muscle groups or movement patterns we're trying to hit. So instead of doing squat, bench, deadlift, why don't we do squat? We hit the spine, right? We get that, the non-glass backer, right? Stay away from that, get a strong back. And then we go do maybe a Smith machine RDL, take a little bit of pressure off our back from the deadlifts. Mm-hmm. And then instead of doing a standing overhead barbell press, jump on a seated machine press and just do some shoulder press. So now we've hit all the things we want to hit, while simultaneously mitigating some of that fatigue, that systemic, especially spinal fatigue, so we can go practice our sport really hard. That's kind of my philosophy of where I'm able to mix in bodybuilding exercises and machines into the strength training, to try to take away some of this additional fatigue that I think a lot of guys that are mainly in the strength and conditioning world don't really account for a lot of times, because I'm in a sport like wrestling and jiu-jitsu that's very hard on your back and neck and spine. Mm-hmm. And so that was kind of my philosophy. So I have a lot of movements in my programs that are using a machine or a cable. It's a little bit taboo in the general strength training world. And because of that, and because that I enjoy the sport of bodybuilding, losing body fat and trying to put on muscle, I'm sort of in the bodybuilding like category or genre. And so this video comes across my feed of Adam. I don't remember his Instagram. Every time I mention him, he always wants me to tag him. So sorry, Adam, I don't remember your Instagram.
I saw that. I'm like, that was so funny. You gotta tag me, bro.
Yeah. But so he comes across my feed, and it's literally, hopefully I can swear on here. Is that okay?
Whatever you want to do. Yeah.
Okay. He's like, the opening line of his video is like, bodybuilding is for pussies. And I go, okay, where is this going? And then he's like, kettlebell training is for real athletes. We're farm strong. We wrestle bulls. You put us in a cage, we're beating bodybuilders up. And I'm like, okay, I do jiu-jitsu. I do a pretty high level, and I do some bodybuilding training. Let me look at this guy's profile. And it's like, I go back a little bit and I find out he's like a white belt in jiu-jitsu. He quit jiu-jitsu. He doesn't really train martial arts besides in his backyard doing some karate kicks. And I'm like, what is this dude talking about? And this video is so like crazy rage bait. I'm like, is he serious? Because like I was like, there's no way he's serious.
That's the question. Yeah, that's the question.
And then I watched it a few times, and I watched some of his other content, and I'm like, I think he believes this. I think he's dead serious about this. So
if I may interject real quick, keep your thought, Roman.
Yeah.
Somebody, when I reacted to the reel from the both of you, he said, somebody chimed in and said he was doing it for fun. It was a joke.
Yeah. It was 3 minutes long, right? Though. It was 3 minutes long.
And here's the key. If somebody makes a joke, that's one thing. But if you sift through the content and you see the same ideas popping up consistently, and he doesn't have the tag comedian in his bio, you might be serious, bro. And now you get checked on. It's always fun. Sometimes it happens, right? Somebody says something, they get checked on it, and they say, well, it was a joke. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Continue.
Because that's the thing, is I saw other stuff of him saying like bodybuilders can't do this, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'll make a funny rebuttal video. Screw it. And so I just like, I didn't even like try to plan this. I just was sitting in my kitchen cooking food, and I screen recorded the reel, and then I just like chopped into the bits that I wanted to just like layer in just me talking over the top of it, and I just like went off, and I was like, screw it. I'm gonna make this as egregiously outlandish as you do to prove a point. And so I made this funny, piece of content, and it, I think it did pretty well on Instagram, like 200,000 or something like that, but it went insane on TikTok. It went, I think it's one of my most watched reels ever. Yeah, on TikTok. Interesting. It went insane on TikTok. It probably accounts for like 6,000 plus followers of getting up on TikTok. Wow. It went crazy.
Wow.
And so I think probably on all platforms now, it's somewhere in the millions of views.
Wow. So that one little right. So it took off on TikTok more than it took off on IG, right? All right.
Oh yeah. Crazy. And it was very interesting to see like the response to it, because like even guys like yourself, who's obviously like a level-headed like critical thinker in the space, is like, what is this dude talking about? Like, what? Wrestling bulls? Like, dude, you got to go like train martial arts if you want to fight. And like, bulls, bro, what?
Most definitely.
And I get to like, when we've talked about this briefly on this podcast, about like the dirty secret of social media, right? The thing that nobody wants to talk about is like, you have to be eye-catching. You have to be a little controversial. The magic formula isn't just value. It's value with controversy, right? And I figured that out early on. And like, yes, in the same way that you like do like clickbaity thumbnails or titles, like I'm making clickbaity hooks and like clickbaity, like controversial stuff. But then like you said, you layer the value in, you explain your position from a rational position of thought and critical thinking. And I think that piece of content is from my perspective, a more like a comedic like smackdown than it is like a teaching thing. But I've made on 30 times that in teaching content. So hopefully I'm not just known for like, you couldn't wrestle a bull, you couldn't even wrestle me, that kind of stuff.
I like, and I'm a human. And so, somebody then mentioned, he said, when I reacted to your stuff, it's one particular subscriber said, yeah, but you got to check out Roman's other stuff too. He talks about kettlebells. And I'm like, I scrolled your feed and I'm like, I couldn't find it. So that's why let's focus a little bit on this. So we got to talk about the Adam stuff. This was interesting. But your general stance on kettlebells, because I scrolled through it and I'm like, man, I'm not going to scroll through hundreds of hours of content, because when somebody says, listen, this guy's adamant on kettlebells, and the only thing I found was that Adam kettlebell thingy, right? But did you do other stuff on kettlebells as well?
So I've done joke stuff on kettlebells, or like, you know, I really haven't done anything particular about like why the kettlebell is bad or anything. Cause like, truthfully, I don't believe that. Excuse me. Here's my general stance on kettlebells. If I didn't have any equipment, like let's say I'm deployed overseas, right? I have no equipment, and I could only bring one piece of equipment with me. Coming from somebody who is the kettlebell hater on Instagram, I would bring a fucking kettlebell, because you can do so many things with the kettlebell, right? You can literally do squats, presses, you know, lay on your back, do floor presses, you know, hinges, all these things with a kettlebell. My only issue with the kettlebell is when we're equipped with a full blown commercial gym with all the equipment in the world, I can always find something, in my opinion, that I don't need to do with the kettlebell, except 2 or 3 things, which if you don't have the skill for it, then the kettlebell is better. So if we're talking about hinges, squats, presses, all that stuff, there's other things, in my opinion, that are better. But if we're talking about a clean and press or a snatch, yes, Olympic weightlifting is better. It's more loadable, right? They designed a Lyco barbell with whip and spin to overload that position. However, learning the skill of Olympic weightlifting is very, very difficult, but you definitely could learn it with a kettlebell. So it's a lower barrier of entry than Olympic weightlifting is. And so when I program in sort of power output movements into my programming, I only program in half parts of Olympic weightlifting, because like the actual catch of the barbell, actual, you know, a jerk of the barbell is a very skill demanding thing. So I'll program in like a hang clean, or just the power portion, just the pull, a hang pull, right? Things like that. Cause like I do find value in the power output exercises, but I don't necessarily need my athletes to be proficient in Olympic weightlifting. And so I don't have a problem with the kettlebell in the sense of it's useless, I hate it, screw it. I have a problem with a lot of kettlebell creators who push the agenda with egregious claims, demeaning bodybuilding. That's like their number one thing. I don't know why. Like, it's like a challenge. Like, don't mention bodybuilders, difficulty level impossible. Like, you know, like they demean bodybuilding. They demean other forms of strength training. They claim what they do is the best. And like, these are the issues that I have, while simultaneously accepting that if I didn't have access to tons of equipment, the kettlebell is a jack of all trades. My only issue with it is it's not a master of any of them.
Always. A lot of things to unpack here, Roman. And so that's why I thought when I checked your stuff, I know that you're not there are people who completely dismiss the kettlebell for what it is. Just saying, well, it's good for nothing, right? And then, you know, that's a whole different story that I don't want to get into because it's not necessary. So a lot of things to unpack that I want to focus on. So the first thing, if we revert back a little bit, where I can give you a little bit of my insights when it comes to kettlebells. So you mentioned the glass back person, right? And you mentioned, and I love it, you mentioned a sound way of programming around the weakest link in the chain, right? To make sure we don't overload and completely destroy the lower back. And so that everything else it's because heavy deadlifts, they mess with your lower back, most definitely, right? Get it. So one thing, here's where I would jump in and say, listen, one thing that might make sense, and you already alluded to it because it requires some skill, but one thing that makes sense is a kettlebell sports snatch, for example. And so what the snatch does is you hinge. So the kettlebell flies between your legs. Then you do a so-called pendulum technique where you fully extend the knees, you fully straighten them in the backswing, which gives your whole posterior chain a huge stretch. So, and that's what we do, for example, with many of the folks that we have, is it really loosens the brakes, as I'd like to say. So all these brakes that people have, you loosen them up because you continuously move into this fully extended position in the backswing. Then when the kettlebell, you have it close to your body, and then the backswing, the knees are extended, you get that real powerful stretch. And now, as we know, when you come back from a stretch mechanic and you power it, so the stretch reflex that happens, it's great for the muscle. So the bell comes up, you swing it up, and then you fixate it overhead. And so the key with the fixation overhead, that's why athletes, kettlebell sport athletes, are able to do one of the OGs did over 200 reps with a 32 kg kettlebell in 10 minutes. And so what this does is when you stop the bell overhead, that's why I even consider the snatch, even though it's a little bit more difficult, I consider it a better exercise than the swing, for example, because you have a holding position, you have a pause position. So when the kettlebell lands overhead, you stabilize the weight, you stack it on all joints, and you can breathe. So then when you drop it back down, your whole body's in motion in a sense that you can train your strength endurance and you can build a really strong back with only one exercise for a very long time. Because, as far as I'm concerned, science seems to point out that the lower back, especially that area around here, can be very strong if it is endurance strong, right? Not like a quad or a bicep or a chest, for example, right? You have these muscles, the erectospinae muscles who stabilize the spine. If they are endurance strong, if they have a lot of strength endurance, you have a really good solid solution against back pain and back issues. So this is where I would use the snatch and say, listen, we can do what you did, or we can use my way, and then what you get in my way, which, not knocking your way, I love it, because you focus on strength. I would say, good stuff. Let's put the strength a little bit on the side and build strength endurance, right? So with the strength endurance diet, if we do 100 reps of the snatch, and this is what a lot of wrestlers tell me when they use kettlebells, they say, when you go into these high rep ranges with the weight, especially with the challenging weight, it's the closest thing to a fight. And so what this then does is it gives you this mental fortitude and this preparedness, which can then help you if you, for example, do combat sports or just for life in general, right? So this is where I, for example, would see value in the snatch to build a very strong posterior chain. And then you mentioned, why do people pick on bodybuilding? It's oftentimes because you see, and I'm sure you've seen this, bodybuilder jumps into a dojo and gets completely annihilated by somebody who's half the size. And you would agree with me, right? Listen, you have the strongest bodybuilder who comes in, and then you have this little black belt. He's ripping you apart in a couple of seconds. So this is what some of our folks and some of the people in our community mean is when you say, listen, bodybuilding gives you the show muscle, so muscle for show, but not muscle for go, right? And I think your coach will probably agree and say, listen, if you just do curls all the time and you don't really apply that then in your sport, and you don't focus on, let's say specific strength training for your sport. And I think what you're getting as well with the Jiu Jitsu is you get the strength endurance. This is what many bodybuilders don't get. Hence, they walk around, collapse with 45 because their heart is a complete mess, right?
I think there might be some other factors in play. Like
of course, most definitely. But I mean, you and I, we both agree that, bodybuilders, I hate doing my cardio, right? Of course. So this is the point that we're getting to. But putting that to the side, nobody is saying that if you are a very good kettlebell, even a good kettlebell athlete, even a world champion, you're going to get annihilated in the ring.
In the same way that the bodybuilder would, yeah. Because you don't have any martial arts experience.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
Exactly. And the thing about wrestling bulls or wrestling boulders, it's a very lucid way of talking about the kettlebell and with pictures and images of wrestling bulls and I'm moving that boulder. No, you're just moving a weight. The issue is the weight is displaced. And so what it does when you fixate a bell overhead, it challenges your shoulder and your rotator cuff from a different angle, which can be awesome for shoulder health.
For sure, yeah.
And you mentioned the jerk. I love it that you mentioned this. And see, that's why
the kettlebell grew up with weightlifting. They both came up. They say, I think in Russian circles, they say that the kettlebell is the poor man's barbell. And so we have the same exercises. We have the clean and jerk. We have the snatch. We do them too. In kettlebell sport, it's called the long cycle. So long cycle is 2 bells, clean, jerk overhead. Great. And so if you do a long cycle, for example, like clean and jerk with 2 bells for 3 to 4 minutes, you get all these powerful benefits, which you touched on. And this is what I say too. The kettlebell is not the best tool. It is the best generalist's tool. It touches all bases of physical qualities and raises it all at once with one caveat. As soon as you go to the extremes, you have to adjust. Extreme is muscle building, you got to go to the machines. Extreme is strength, you got to go to the barbell, right? And so we know this. The kettlebell is limited. Of course it is, like any other tool. And of course, if you have a fully stacked gym with all the tools available, you have everything that you need. Great. And the point that you mentioned about the jerk, this is exactly how I see it. For example, in the kettlebell sphere, they say the kettlebell swing is an awesome way to train explosiveness. And I say, well, it is one way to get there. But if you look at, for example, Dr. Yuri Verkhoshansky's work, Dr. Yuri Verkhoshansky was big on the shock method, the jumping. The reason why this guy came up with jumping exercises is because he said, in order to train explosiveness, the muscle has to go from a relaxing to an active state in 1.5 seconds. That's insanely fast. That's incredible fast. A swing is too slow. When the kettlebell lands in the hinge and the bell, and once you pull it back, push it back up, you're slow. It's too slow. Does it grant explosiveness? Of course, to a certain extent, but true, let's put it in a very, in the box, true explosiveness. I consider what the kettlebell has done is a jerk.
Sure.
Bell racked, you boom, you bump it up in a split second and bam, immediately catch it overhead. This is how this is what I would consider explosive work, which you consider too, right? So again, we're on the same boat here. And I'm also on the same boat that I don't like it when people act like the kettlebell is that tool that is better than anything else. It's a generalist tool that is very good for one age group, especially the over 40, 50, 60 crowd.
Sure.
A lot of fighters and combat athletes love it too. I love it too. That's why I use it all the time. But I still see, of course I see, still benefits in the barbell and machines as well. And my final point is, I think what a lot of us get to, and you alluded to this too, because you're smart. You said the sport of bodybuilding is something different.
Yes.
So I saw, what's the German bodybuilder? His name is very funny bear, huggy bear. He has such a funny Instagram.
The Miracle Bear.
Miracle Bear.
What is his name?
Kaliczynski, something like this.
Urs Kaliczynski.
Urs, exactly. So guy's a German, right? And he recently had Marcus Rule with him in a gym. And it's a cool video. And Marcus said something that just reminded me of what we mean when we say muscle for show instead of muscle for go. He said, Urs, if you keep pumping those legs, your legs will look so big on stage that you can't even walk. Great for the sport of bodybuilding. Absolute nonsense for practicality.
100%.
That's where we come from, right?
I think I have to jump in here, though. Okay.
Go ahead.
So, and this is going to really make bodybuilders mad. Bodybuilders, specifically professionals, are probably the least educated on how muscle growth works that I've ever seen. They do not understand hypertrophy. And a lot of this is displayed in the most recent, in the last 10 or so years, of how muscle growth works, how hypertrophy works, and how strength works. And this is going to piss a lot of them off. And I know that. Guys, I love you. I defend you to the end of the earth on the social media, I promise. Just bear with me here. Where should I start with this? So the reason bodybuilders can get so big, right? Their legs get so big that they can't walk. or can't scratch their back doesn't have anything to do with doing a leg extension on a machine, doesn't have anything to do with doing a barbell squat or a Smith machine squat over a barbell squat, doesn't have anything to do with targeting getting show muscles or go muscles. It has to do with the dirty secret of bodybuilding that we've wanted to deny since the beginning of bodybuilding, which is anabolic androgenic steroids. There's something called an FFMI, which is your fat-free mass index. As a natural lifter, you can only get to about 26. Professional bodybuilders on a regular basis get into the mid-30s. So what this means is they've put on so much fat-free mass, muscle mass, onto their body that they've outstripped and outpaced their own body ability to actually hold that amount of muscle. So what that means is they have gotten too big, right? And that only can occur through the use of anabolic androgenic steroids, right? So this is my main issue with how bodybuilders approach their training, is that they misunderstand how hypertrophy works. They think that doing a certain style of training gives you a bigger muscle versus another style of training. But hypertrophy doesn't work like that. With anabolic androgenic steroids, that upregulates the pathway of sarcoplasmic hypertrophy, which is essentially show muscle in the sense that sarcomeres can't contract, right? Contractile tissues contract. And so, as a natural lifter, you can't bias for sarcoplasmic hypertrophy. You just can't. And so training on a machine or training with a barbell or training with a kettlebell, whatever you do to induce muscle growth, which is just strength training, we can get into that later, you will get contractile tissue added to your body. And so if you get a bigger muscle, so let me preface this by saying a smaller person can be stronger than a bigger person. And you can gain strength through neural adaptation and coordination without gaining muscle. But it is impossible to put muscle on your body without getting stronger. It is not a thing. It cannot happen from a perspective of how muscle growth works. If you add contractile proteins to or contractile tissue to your muscle, it has to be able to do something, which is what the adaptation of progressive overload is. People think progressive overloading is adding weight to a machine. Technically, that is true, but progressive overload is an adaptation that is displayed, not that you do. So what I mean by displaying progressive overload is when you've gotten a hypertrophy stimulus and added contractile tissue to your muscle. The way to confirm that has happened is by displaying progressive overload, which is moving more weight, which is strength. So good hypertrophy training, just hypertrophy training in general, from an actual science-based perspective, is strength training. And that is the most recent, like in the last decade, that we figured out. You can't just get bigger muscle without it doing anything. That is not how it works. Because for the last 60 years, we've learned hypertrophy training from people on anabolic steroids, and it works differently for them. And so if we go back to like the silver era of bodybuilding, pre-Arnold Schwarzenegger, pre-Mike Menzer, and you look at their training, right? Yes. We look at their training looks what the current science-based literature says to do. They figured it out back then, pre-steroid era, which is the current training that I program into my, like lifting programs, which is the volume based on actual recoverable volume, frequency, higher frequency with lower volume. This like idea of the bro split that we hit chest on a Monday and then don't hit chest for a full week doesn't work.
We all did it. We all
did
it.
that doesn't work well for a natural lifter because muscles are never in a state of maintenance. Muscles are always either growing or shrinking. And so when you hit chest on a Monday, you get some hypertrophy stimulus and then a whole week passes, you have atrophied off a lot of that hypertrophy stimulus. because you haven't hit it as frequently as a natural lifter should. Now, anabolic steroids, a lot of them were invented to prevent muscle wasting. And so if you're laying in a hospital bed immobilized,
Yes.
it can help prevent atrophy, which is why for an enhanced bodybuilder, they can do a bro split. And it works really well because they hit a massive stimulus on a Monday. Their anabolics keep them in a state of non-catabolism to not be atrophied off. And then that following Monday, they're all recovered to smash chest with 30 sets again. And that's not how training works for natural athletes. And so the overarching principle I just want to get home to people who are watching this, who kind of don't, not up to date on the hypertrophy literature, is hypertrophy training is strength training. And at the end of the day, you have to get stronger, or excuse me, you have to get stronger to put muscle on your body. That's it. Like you have to. The only guaranteed way is getting stronger. So the 2 points I want to write home here is empty muscle or show muscle is not as real as we think, unless we're talking about a very specific population of people who are using anabolic steroids who have gotten sarcoplasmic hypertrophy in their muscle, which is why they can get bigger curling the 25s and never going up in weight. But somebody who's natural must go from the 25s to the 30s, to the 35s, to the 40s. So hypertrophy training has to be strength training. So this idea too of like show muscle, go muscle kind of irritates me, because it's like, it's a misunderstanding of how muscle works. It's like, you can't just have muscle that doesn't do anything. Now, I will say this: to be coordinated at a martial art, to be coordinated at a sport, to be coordinated at whatever movement you're trying to get better, that requires skill acquisition. So you can take a bodybuilder and put him in Jiu Jitsu, who is on anabolics and too big for his own body, who doesn't have mobility and can't do anything, and is uncoordinated at Jiu Jitsu, and he's going to look like a moron. So that is, I think, what people see, and they attribute it to bodybuilding. They attribute it to somebody standing at a cable column doing bicep curls, and they go, see, look what that does. And in reality, that's not really how the human body works.
So attributing it to a bodybuilder instead of a lack of skill. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
I agree on certain parts, and I have some interesting points to make. So let's take that bodybuilder, right, that you mentioned, too big for his own body, on anabolic steroids, doing curls and everything, the typical gym work all day. And so here comes the day, which, let's just assume this person exists, might not be that far off. We can even say he's not taking anabolic steroids, just, we call it disco pumper. Do you know that term?
Sure.
Right? Yeah, of course, right?
Just doing pump work in the gym.
Yeah. The disco pumper, he just wants to look good for the ladies, right? That's what, and this is where this comes from. And so let's take this guy or the gal. Now let's make it a guy. So he is the typical disco pumper, and so the time comes where his brother-in-law says, "My man, do you have time to help me move?" All right, let's do it. Let's lift a couch. All right. The guy's a construction worker, lifts the couch like he should with his legs, and the bodybuilder's bending over trying to lift it with the back, breaking or injuring his lower back in the process.
Yeah.
This is what we attribute to. See, you got a lot of muscle, but you don't know how to use it, right?
Yes.
This is how I can't speak for everybody. Let me just say, this is how I see it. I see it, you do curls all day, but you don't really know how to use it in the real world, like picking stuff up off the floor, for example.
Sure.
Now, am I saying that the big guy doesn't have strength or is not strong? Have you ever seen Ronnie Coleman? Bruh, guy was a behemoth. But here's an interesting point. What about Lasha? Lasha is a specimen. Guy looks like, guy has I think I checked his BMI, over 40. Lasha is completely, massively overweight. 100, I think the guy's 160 or 170 kilograms heavy. Let's check Google first. Let's see. How
Yeah,
heavy is Lasha?
I'm gonna guess. I bet he's 130 kilos.
I thought he was even heavier. How heavy is Lasha Talahaji? Talakaj, I still can't do.
I don't know how to pronounce his name either. What does that say? Oh.
That's insane. That's absolutely insane. He weighs.
That's his body weight?
183 kilograms body weight.
Oh boy.
How tall is he? So when I checked him, I was like, how is this possible? Completely defies the laws of physics, or not the laws of science.
Yeah.
How tall is Lasha? Let's see. 1 meter and 97 centimeters. I think that's 6'5" or something, or
Yeah,
almost
that's
7
insane.
foot, something like it, right?
Yeah.
Guy's big, and he looks like he has no muscle. Not at all.
Yeah.
He has a big belly, which he uses. I love it. He uses all of his leverage to heave the 263, I think it was. What I love about Lasha's record is when he did his snatch record, which let's see. No, who cares? I think his snatch record was somewhere over 200 kilograms. Boom. When he dropped it down to the floor, they could leave it for the smaller guys to do clean and jerk.
Even then, some of them can't.
This is so insane.
Yeah.
And so, how do you explain Lasha? Looking like he doesn't lift, looking like he has no muscle on his body. How do we explain people like him?
I can't explain this. And this goes back to my philosophy around strength training. So if you look at the muscles that are used in your sport, pick the best thing to do for those muscles and train them. So if you look at a sport like Jiu Jitsu, right, you use your whole body. You use your biceps, your triceps, your shoulders, your quads, your hamstrings, everything. For Lasha's sport, he uses a very limited amount of muscle groups, which is his posterior chain, his quads, his legs, and then obviously his shoulder muscles, and everything else though is completely neglected. There's no reason for him to train biceps. There's no reason for him to train triceps. There's no reason for him to train his lateral delts, right? So there's a very good explanation why somebody looks the way they do is because they don't train those muscles, right? So another example of what you brought up too is such a good point of like we've all had the experience of like the guy who looks jacked and then he can't pick something up. And it's like, do you train your back? Do you train your hips? Do you train your grip? Because if you can't hold on to the couch and pick it up, then you're not training those areas. But I would say this, somebody who's in the gym doing deadlifts and hinges and grip work and also doing bicep curls and also doing tricep extensions for sure can pick up a couch. For sure is stronger than a construction worker. But the one thing the construction worker has over them is specificity. They pick up stuff all day long. So they are doing strength training. And they've measured this with loggers. So they tested the strength of loggers on barbells. And they found that a lot of these loggers could deadlift like 600 pounds.
Wow.
And you're like, what? Crazy. But it makes sense. They're literally hooking into logs and hoisting them up.
Yes.
But then they measured their back squat and they had pitiful back squats. And you go, oh, right. Because they don't put it on their back and squat it, right? Strength is specific in some cases.
Task specific,
Specificity is a real thing.
Yes,
and
100%.
So there's definitely an explanation of why Lasha can literally throw 500 plus pounds over his head is because he's one of the strongest human beings of all time, but can have biceps smaller than mine because he doesn't train his biceps.
He specialized in that one particular area that he has to. So,
and I will say this too, real quick. If we put Lasha on a diet and got him shredded, he would be gigantic. He would have giant bodybuilder quads up looking, right? Because he front squats and back squats heavy weight. I guarantee you under that fat, Lasha is a giant muscular human being.
So would you say then, because that's my assumption then is Lu Xiaoyan Carlos Nazar, all these, the younger ones actually. I think, well, Lasha's not that old, but Lasha seems like he doesn't really care. I do what I do. Right? That's what he looks like. And
He
Carlos,
sits in his chair, dabs his head with his towel, gets up, snatches 220, puts it back down, and leaves.
I love it when you see his training. I think, again, if we have the word focus and not caring, or, being somebody who doesn't care at all, in the dictionary, it's his image. And when you look at Carlos and you look at Lu Xiaoyan, they are crazy muscular. So would you attribute this to saying, all right, so I think they do their they do their strength work, and then they do some bodybuilding work?
I think it's two things. I think, sorry to cut you off, but I think that
go ahead.
especially if you look at the smaller weight classes, especially the Chinese team, they do a lot of additional, like, extracurricular strength work. Like, they're doing pull-ups. They're doing, like, I've seen Lou do the 10 kilo plate, like, full range of motion lateral.
Lou raises, right? They call them. Yeah.
And I've seen him doing dips. I've seen him doing all sorts of stuff that I do not see Lasha doing. So I think that they prioritize GPP as well for their weightlifters. And then another thing too that you have to consider is visually, when you see them, if you've ever seen somebody who is, let's say, 80 kilos fat, and then they shred down to 66 kilos, crazy shredded, they can visually appear more muscular than they did.
Always.
And so
that's what.
The lighter weight classes in weightlifting, they're not fat, so they look more visually stark, of like, oh wow, look at, they're so muscular. But there is a function here of leanness and body fat percentage that you don't have with the larger weightlifters.
And I'm also, because there's one of those German weightlifters who also was able to clean and jerk a massive amount of weight. And I remember him because, unfortunately, I think a week before the Olympics, his wife died in a car accident. I think this was an insane tragedy. And so I think with the heavier weightlifters, they benefit from the additional weight that they put on, because they move these insane amounts of weights, and there's so much leverage going into the sport of weightlifting that it makes sense once you get to this. And again, you see that it's also with relative strength, right? Which I read in the book from Staciorsky, which is so interesting. That relative strength is you have this the leaner athlete or the lighter athlete who's on a relative scale stronger than the guy than the heavier counterpart who clean and jerks more weight, but only from a relative perspective. And relative strength only goes so far, because you could say, listen, that guy's 60 kilogram and he clean and jerks 120 kilograms. So if you are 120 kilogram weight, you should be able to do it double or 3 times or 4 times. And I think from what I read in the book, it's relative strength just hits a cap to a certain extent. Where you can say, for example, with a good point, I think Carlos Nazar is in the 80 kilogram class. And he was, let's see, I love Carlos. Carlos is awesome. Carlos Nazar record in the clean and jerk was, what was that? 183 kilogram snatch. And 229 kilogram clean and jerk for Carlos. And Carlos is 96 kilogram. And so what I love about relative strength is it caps out when you say, all right, so Lasha's like twice his size. So Lasha should be able to clean and jerk 440 kilograms, right? No, it actually doesn't work that way. So it's capped at a certain extent, right?
I think it's the proof of concept of how muscle works, if you think about it, right? So like getting fatter gets you stronger on mechanisms outside of muscles working. I am my strongest when I'm pressing, when I have more fat around my elbows and chest. I have better leverage, and I have more like tissue that like is coming down and compressing into me. I can put 20 pounds on my bench press by getting fat. And so if you look at weightlifters, specifically strong men too, they're all fat, right? They're muscular, but they're fat.
Super fat.
And so the function here, that's the proof of concept of how muscle works, is muscle, like you have to get stronger to put on muscle, but putting on fat will also get you stronger. But it doesn't get you stronger on the mechanism of your muscles being able to contract harder. It gets you stronger on other pathways like leverage. And so the proof of concept here is because relative strength caps out before you start putting on fat, right? Is like for them to be as relatively strong as their smaller counterparts, they'd have to be the same level of body fat percentage, but have like 40 more pounds of muscle. But that's just not possible.
Yes,
Because
yeah,
now we
yeah.
now we
Yeah.
run into marginal gain of muscle for output of strength issues, where if Lasha was to get bigger, he'd lose some of his mobility. He'd start losing some of that ability to catch in the overhead position, to squat and catch a lower bar path. And so it's kind of a proof of concept, in my opinion, of like that is how muscle growth works, right? Like because they have relative similar, maybe Lasha has got 20 more pounds of muscle than the 90 kilo athlete, right? But he's way fatter, he's way heavier. His relative strength is nowhere near the smaller guy because he doesn't have that much more muscle mass.
I think even when you look at fat mass in general, where sometimes the general perception of people being fat is they're not fit, but then sometimes I think, well, have you seen combat athletes who are very fat, especially in boxing? Ruiz knocking out Anthony Joshua, right? Doesn't look
Tyson
at
Fury.
all like Tyson Fury.
Yeah.
Tyson Fury. Have you seen this? There's this one. I love Tyson. I love this guy. There's this one. I don't know who it was. I think it was against Usyk. I don't know who it was. So really, he gets this massive punch thrown from his opponent, and the punch hits him in the face, and it's super slow motion. And you see the wiggling of the fat because it's like an earthquake. It shifts through the body, and the whole body is wobbling around. And look at Tyson Fury's body. He looks. Nope, I never want to look like this. But he's an elite athlete. But look at it. I love this. And even when Tyson Fury, he had a video where he was walking around with a Hugh Hefner, what's this? I don't know the word in English. When you go
the
take a
big
shower.
coat, right?
Yeah, the big coat. It's not when you take a shower and then you carry this.
Oh,
thing,
the
right?
robe.
The robe. Yeah. And then he takes the robe off, and then first comment is like, "Wow, great! I have the physique of an elite athlete. I love it."
It's true. It's true.
But here's another thing, right? Where you think, yeah, these are fat. They're not fit. They're not fast. But again, we can attribute it again to what you're saying, which I believe too. Is listen. Their SPP is off the roof. That guy's punching is so clear, and he packs power, right? Because he's heavy, because he's using leverage. And when you look at boxing specifically, it's using the whole body's leverage, the whole arm, it's not the extension of the triceps. It's the full body going into the punch that gets initiated from the hips, where you have your power source, right? Which is so fascinating to look at. And so that's why I wanted to talk to you, because I knew we'd be on the same page on so many things. And one thing that I have to say, like I said, I think the kettlebell is such an awesome tool for the over 40, 50 crowd, especially like you said, I just want to train at home. I want to take care of everything a little bit of mobility, a little bit of strength, a little bit of muscle building. One of the cool things about kettlebell training, especially the unbroken method, when you continuously train with it and you don't put the kettlebell down to the floor. For example, one of the workouts that we do is 100 swings, 16 clean and jerk per side, 30 snatch per side, 30 goblet squat. That leaves you with a 12-minute workout where the kettlebell does not touch the floor, right? And so what I often see with these kettlebell content creators is they come from a completely different perspective and background, like, for the lack of a better term, we come from. The guys who actually use the kettlebell, for example, in sport, right? And so the unbroken method of kettlebells grants you crazy strength endurance, like rowing. That's why a lot of the kettlebell sport athletes, especially the elite ones, they share the same opinion. They say kettlebells, I say this, is weighted locomotion, and it's similar to rowing. It gets you this crazy strength endurance, right? And so that's where I come from, where I know where it can pack powerful strength endurance gains to an athlete. But, and here's the big but, when you look at all the science literature that I've read from Verkhoshansky, from Satsiorski, these are guys that I came across thanks to Pavel, because he was always talking about these dudes, from Pavel Tsatsouline. So what you see, I remember Pavel Tsatsouline, who is the kettlebell guy, who came up with the hard style idea, which, by the way, is something completely different than what the Russians do. And I've adapted both ideas. I'm kind of a hybrid. And I love that you use the term too, right? Hybrid, somebody who uses two things, the best things from two different worlds, and then combines it. What I've seen is Pavel Tsatsouline talks about the kettlebell so often back in the day. Now he's considered something else. Now he doesn't call himself the kettlebell king. He's a fitness specialist or something like this, which I think is strange. But when he went on,
He renounced his lineage.
yeah, I think it's strange. He was on Huberman, Pavel Tsatsouline, right?
Ah, okay.
And I had a gripe with
I'm
this,
very familiar with Pavel. Yeah.
right? And so when Pavel was introduced, Andrew Huberman said, Pavel Tsatsouline is the greatest fitness strength coach in blah, 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 blah. And then they start talking. I'm like, bro, what? When you introduce me, you have to introduce me, well, he's the kettlebell king.
You're right.
What? No mention of kettlebells at all. I've watched the whole 4.5 hour podcast.
Yeah.
4.5 hours. Pavel talks about kettlebells for about 15 minutes. The rest is anything else.
What changed for him?
I don't know. He still has strong first. It's still kettlebell stuff. But this is just my hunch. The kettlebell sphere has evolved like crazy. It used to be like typical hard style, RKC, strong first. And now everything opens up, especially with the sport influence. But that's another topic. But then I open up the book from Dr. Yuri Verkhoshansky. I'm like, oh, I can't wait to dig into these powerful kettlebell exercises because Pavel talks about them all the time. One exercise.
Really?
One.
What was his work mostly based off of?
Yuri Verkhoshansky's work?
Yeah.
He's the inventor of the shock method, the jumping stuff.
Oh, okay. Right. I remember.
And he uses extreme task-specific SPP exercises. This is where I learned, and Satsursky says this too. This is where I understood. And that's why many of these Instagram reels are crap. Because when you do, and let's say, you're also familiar with GPP and SPP, but let me finish that thing first. So I checked Verkhoshansky's book. I only saw one exercise with the kettlebell, which wasn't kettlebell specific, and everything else was barbell. Everything else was with the barbell and the jumping stuff. And then he had parts dedicated to SPP exercises, specific physical preparedness, or specific physical preparation, exercises that are exactly for the sport. And so I had a conversation with Dr. Michael Yesses, which unfortunately passed. I think he was 92 years old when I had him on my podcast.
Wow.
And he was the guy who introduced Verkhoshansky to the US when the Soviet Union broke down. So that's like 100 years ago. That's so long time ago. And so Dr. Michael Yesses said, the key with sport-specific adaptation, and this is where your point's proven again, he says, the movement that you're doing in the weight room, if you want to do it for SPP purposes, must replicate the joint action in your sport, one-on-one. The tension, the duration, and even the curve, not just tension in the first part of the muscle and then the rest is rather swinging. No, it has to exactly replicate. It has to be biomechanically accurate and almost the same like in a sport, in the sport that you're doing. And then he said, and the other issue is, and that you mentioned this, and that's why I perked my ears. You mentioned this, that the barbell, basic barbell training from Mark Ripto didn't click with you in Jiu Jitsu then, right? Am I right?
It wasn't necessarily that it didn't click with me. It was just that the programming that I was going off of, which was just linear progression.
Yes.
Especially because I entered into an intermediate phase, stopped
Yes.
working in conjunction with high intensity cardio. And I had to find a smarter method of programming.
Good point. And so again, this is what Dr. Yuri Verkhoshansky and Satsursky say. They both say this. They say, when you build strength, whatever that might be, strength for maximum strength purposes or strength endurance, because it's more on the spectrum, you have to then be able to apply that strength into your sport. So that's why, let's do heavy deadlifts and I'm a jiu-jitsu guy. Let's do heavy deadlifts and I'm a tennis guy. No, that doesn't work. because the maximum strength that you build up, like you said, you might lose it on other ends or on another spectrum that you need in your sport. That's why strength endurance, I mean, we know this, right? Strength and endurance are diametrically opposed to each other. And again,
I feel like I'll let you continue. I feel like I might disagree with you here on some of this.
Keep going. All right. So
Yeah.
here's how I see it.
Yeah,
Strength
go
and
for it.
endurance are diametrically opposed, but only on the extreme side of things. Maximum strength cannot work with maximum endurance. All right, we see this. A power lifter is not a marathon runner. A marathon runner can never lift heavy weight, right? This is what I'm saying. But you can merge them to a certain extent, most definitely, right?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I think that, so I am less on the specificity side and more on the generalist side. I actually do think that the deadlift, given that it trains, and it doesn't have to be a deadlift, a hinge movement in any capacity, training the posterior chain, the glutes, the hamstrings, all that, the lower back, spinal erectors. I think that it's great for any athlete. I think that the general strength that you build in those muscles and that musculature is phenomenal for any athlete. And I also think that strength and endurance, or specifically cardiovascular capacity, both in the high intensity, like, VO2 max and also like a cardiovascular base, is best done separately. I would rather have an athlete, instead of doing a circuit or complex to build both at the same time, go and do, a heavy set of 3, 4, 5 reps of deadlift, and then go jump on the assault bike and just absolutely peak their heart rate out, rather than doing a sort of CrossFit style complex to try to do both at the same time. Because then we run into this issue of like limiting factors of we're not really hammering one without hammering the other.
Agree. And I see that too. And one thing that I see, and you mentioned CrossFit. One of the issues that I have with CrossFit, for example, is we know that when you, and this is such good insights, again, from Satsiorski's book. When you have, let's have a very heavy weight, or let's not go max heavy. Let's have a deadlift that you can do your 6 rep max, right?
Sure.
Maybe 6, 7. It's still heavy, right? It's not your 15 rep max. I mean, 6, 7, or 5. Let's stick with 5. All right, your 5 rep max. You do the
very
heavy
Mark
deadlift.
Rippetoe of you.
Yeah, the 5s. And then you have 200 jump rope skipping, right? And then you go back to that heavy weight again. Then you go jump skipping again, the jump rope, and then you do fast these skipping pull-ups. Here's what I've seen, and what the literature says, and what I've seen in my extent as well. That's why I always use the Apple Watch to track my heart rate. We know that when you move very heavy weights, heart rate peaks and your central nervous system gets fried.
Sure.
So if I then do not allow my body enough rest, I keep my central nervous system in a compromised state, which means if I then go back to that heavy deadlift, I might have an issue coming down the line if I do not rest adequately. It's different if I have a 20 kg, 24 kg swing, I do 100 reps, and my heart rate peaks. It's fine, but my central nervous system is not fried. That's something else. That's where I see conditioning makes sense.
Yes. Everything you're saying makes 100% sense from the aspect of basically you're kind of ruining both exercises. This is something that I've learned recently, though, when it comes to CNS fatigue and just fatigue in general. And it is extremely counterintuitive. It didn't make any sense to me in the beginning, but this is kind of like a foundation of how I try to mitigate fatigue for my athletes as well. And I'm going to say this, and it's going to sound stupid. We have found that 20 sets of 1 rep max, somewhere like the 95%, obviously, because you can't do a 1 rep max for 20 straight sets, but like 90 to 95%, 20 sets of 1 is less fatiguing than 1 set of 20 taken to failure. And I know that doesn't make any sense, but it's the mechanism. Go for it.
Keep going.
It's like the mechanism of fatigue isn't a feeling. It isn't the feeling of tiredness. Because when we say fatigue, at least in the English dictionary, what you see is a feeling of tiredness. and a feeling of like being like beat up and like, oh God, I can't go.
Exhausted. Mhm.
That feeling doesn't have anything to do with the word we use, fatigue, as a mechanism of being able to, because what fatigue is in lifting literature is recovery and fatigue are opposites, right? So performance, which is the opposite of being fatigued, is, let's say, the next day the guy that did 20 sets of one, and the next day the guy did one set of 20. The next day the guy that did 20 sets of one is more recovered. He can maintain a higher standard of performance than the guy who did one set of 20. That is what fatigue means. It's the mechanism of being able to display performance. And it doesn't make sense when you think, it's like, how could that possibly be true unless we understand like how CNS fatigue truly does work. And higher rep sets are actually more fatiguing.
You know what's great? It's I can give you proof right there that what you're saying is one at least accurate to the way I experienced it. But let me harp on this real quick about the fitness fatigue thing, because in Satsiorski's book I came across the new, I don't know how new it is, the new theory. It used to be super compensation, right? Hey, you do you train, then the fatigue goes up, and then it goes down, and then it hits the sweet spot, and then you have to hit it again so that you can build upon it. And that's according to the third edition of what's called The Science and Practice of Strength Training by Satsiorski, Kramer, and Fry. Awesome book. In the third edition, they say the new theory is the fitness fatigue theory, which makes more sense. Every time you train, fatigue and fitness go up at the same time. They both go up. And so the key is to make sure that fatigue always stays below fitness. Once fatigue goes up, you hit a max, you have to wait. That's why some people can train every day. Because then I'm like, hey, super compensation, how can you guys train every day? According to super compensation, that shouldn't work. But when you look at the fitness fatigue theory, it makes more sense. Just as an interesting point of view, it's an interesting theory that I followed up upon a little bit. Now, what you're saying, here's the key. Man, I've been for the last 2 years at least, no, 3 years, I've lifted with kettlebells unanimously, only, exclusively kettlebell work. And the feeling of exhaustion and the feeling of being fatigued after heavy bell work, and I'm talking about double 28s, double 32s, and double 24s, double half snatches, jerks, front squats with these heavy weights. And since the kettlebells, even if you have proper technique, they're still awkward on your body. They force your body, and that's why I agree with Adam. When you rack a kettlebell and you do front squats with kettlebells, it's similar to Zercher squats, but it's a little bit different because of the mechanics of how the kettlebell works when you have it racked on your body. But these things want to tear you apart. It's just, and yeah, that's why a barbell, that's why I agree with you as well. A barbell has a, let's say, a more conducive way to lift it. Yes. Sure. But with the kettlebell, it gives you strength, or it puts you to the test in certain areas that you've never thought you could be at, because it's so intense when you jerk, clean, squat, heavy bells. Now, my heart rate when I do heavy work, it stays continuously up in the 180s and 185s.
Wow, that's really high.
It goes, and it's insane.
Yeah.
I started tracking it, and when I started tracking it, this is when I realized, I'm like, wow, I think I should rest a little bit more though with double 32s, double 28s, because we use an Enon method. The Enon method is from my good friend Levi. He says, it's similar to the EMOM from CrossFit. So you have 2 double 28s, and you do, let's say, 10 jerks. So, right? 10 reps a jerk, 90 seconds start working, you drop the bell, you do these 10 reps in, let's say, 30 seconds or maybe 25, depending on the speed that you're going. You drop the bell, and then you have 1 minute of rest. You do 5 sets of these. That 1 minute just isn't enough. But you go at it again. It completely messes you up. And I thought, well, it's cool from a strength endurance perspective, until I realized, well, it's maybe a little bit too much for my CNS. Granted, I'm 41, right? So I have to train a little bit differently. Then, my workload, my job, focus me. I'm always on the edge, so I have to be a little bit more careful with my CNS. I got that. So continuously in the 180s and the 185s, and then it's down to the 160s, 70s, but my recovery is insanely fast. Really. It goes like this, it's back to 150, let's go at it again. Boom.
Yeah.
Just, I think 2 weeks ago, I started on Saturday, I was starting my basic barbell routine again. I'm like, you know what, let's loosen up a little bit, and I want to have some refreshing stuff, not just the kettlebell stuff. So I'm loading my deadlift fairly heavy for me because I've stopped doing heavy deadlifts. I loaded with 100 kg, 110 or 120 kg. I do 5 reps, the typical basic barbell training. Yeah, rip-it-toe style.
Yeah.
Boom, drop it. I walk around. I'm like, where's my fatigue, man? I walk around. I go back at it again. Boom. I go to the bench. Boom, boom. And just last week with Angie, with my wife's help, I'm like, all right, let's do it. I got the 80 kg, heavy for me. I did 3 reps, fine. Mm-hmm. Stand up. I'm like, what's going on, man? So, and my heart rate, I checked it. I'm like, 130? What's going on?
Yeah. So this what you just brought up is, in my opinion, the most underlooked thing about training. And I think it's a big reason why I do well on Instagram against the grain of like wrestling style training. And I think kettlebell kind of mentality around like the hard style of training is very mirrored by how wrestlers train, which is why I think a lot of wrestlers, especially in like the, Eastern Bloc countries, gravitate towards kettlebell. Is that wrestling mentality is like, go hard, go hard, go hard. We're super tough, push the limits. I'm super tough. I'm going to go till I puke. And what we've found is that strength work is best increased with like longer rest times, lower reps. And I think what's so cool about that is you can do exactly what you just said. 5 reps in the deadlift, a couple reps in the bench press, and go, well, that was easy. and that's what I want you to do from the gym. And now guess what you can do? You can show up to wrestling practice. You can show up to jiu-jitsu practice and go super hard. Practice your sport super hard. Now, if you're not getting that stimulus of getting your heart rate high and going hard in a sport, that makes a lot of sense to go and do, like you said, like these circuits of kettlebells and jack up your heart rate, because most people never do that. But what I'm talking about is training for my sport. I don't want to fry myself in the gym. I'm not a gym warrior. I want to go do jujitsu. I want to go train my sport hard. John forces us to do mount rounds, like literally a guy starting in mount on top of me, and I have to figure out how to get out. Like literally, that's our very first round of the day. I don't want to be fried when somebody who's 270 pounds is on top of me trying to kill me. I need my energy systems. I need my strength. I need all that stuff. And the thing I preach is do the least for the most amount of stimulus. And the thing you just said of where's my fatigue is the sentiment that so many of my athletes come back to me nervous about. They go, dude, I don't get it. Like, I'm not sore the next day and I'm not fatigued. Like, am I doing this right? And I'm like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, that's how I want you to be. We're not in the gym to prove something. We're in the gym to get adaptations to get better at our sport, at least in my opinion. If you're in the gym because you love training hard, you love getting your heart rate high, that's how you get in shape. That's like your hobby or even your sport, right? Because there's sports based around that kind of stuff. Cool. Awesome. But when I'm training for sport, I don't need that stuff.
And so you're raising an interesting point, because you're getting a lot of the stuff from your combat sport that many of us never get. Hence, we pick up 2 bells and do clean and jerk.
For sure.
Or 5 sets and do conditioning rounds. Because we know how important it is to make sure that your heart rate gets jacked up and doesn't just stay below average. Because, and that's where we come from, or my point is, yes, strength is important. But let's not forget about one of the most important muscles that we have, which is right here. Right? Let's do something for the heart. And yes, that can be walking. Yes, that can be, treadmill running. That can be the assault bike. Whatever gets you in the mood. But I also believe in keeping the heart rate jacked high while staying calm under pressure. That's why I think there's so much where actual a jiu-jitsu or a combat athlete could benefit from the kettlebell or from these type of circuits with heavy bells because it forces you to stay calm under pressure when everything's lighting up, right? And so
Sure.
that's one thing that you get that you already take care of, and many of us don't, right?
And that's why
That's
the
why
only
I,
cardio, sorry, that's kind of the reason why the only cardio I program into my programs are two things. One is the VO2 max. I want to get your heart rate jacked sky high, but in a short amount of time, right? 10 minutes on the assault bike, 30, 35 rounds, and you're done. And then the other one is I just program like zone 2, easy,
easy.
just 30
Yeah.
minutes. Because all the stuff that you're talking about, that like 130 to 180 heart rate, while also like being muscularly taxed, is happening in your sport. If our sport doesn't have those things, then yes, we do. We need to train that system,
You
the
need
energy
that.
system.
Yes, that's what gets overlooked. And here we come again, right? Full circle. It gets overlooked often in the bodybuilding realm, right?
Oh yeah, they're
They
the laziest
don't want to
people in there.
train like this, right? Because we know strength endurance gives you a different type of taxing. It taxes your body from an angle. I hated it when I was typical doing bodybuilding traditional stuff. That's like at least 8 or 9 years ago. I was doing German volume training. That's even way back. German volume training, typical barbell and heavy machine stuff, and your typical intense, high intensity stuff on machines. And so then somebody introduced me to freeletics. And freeletics is have you heard of freeletics?
I haven't actually.
Free is probably around here a little bit more popular. Lots and lots and lots of burpees.
Okay.
Put it like this: lots of burpees, and body weight stuff. And the burpees killed me. I'll never forget how it made me feel. I'm like, I'm not gonna do this again. And the first time I picked up a kettlebell after all my bodybuilding stuff, the kettlebell humbled me that I said, I'm not gonna do this again, man. I don't like how it makes me feel because I thought I was fit.
Yeah.
I'll never forget this. And so that's why I got enamored with it because I'm like, well, I actually love this. And now I have built a discipline and a skill to go into that level of taxation that many people and many sports folks and many bodybuilders avoid because it taxes your body from an angle you're not used to, you don't like it. Plus, if you're a very big guy, you think this is going to eat away all my muscles, right?
Right. Yeah.
Which I
that's
get,
crazy.
and it does. And so I was way more muscular when I was doing typical bodybuilding stuff. I wholeheartedly agree. I still am on that side where I believe you can also build some solid muscle with kettlebells because at the end of the day, it's a weight.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If you clean and press and whatever, if you pack a heavy bell, and it doesn't have to be a 32 or a 40 kg. It doesn't have to be that heavy. If you pick up a heavy bell that is heavy for you, because we know heavy is relative, depending on the person who's using the tool, right?
Just made a reel on that.
Right? So you're using a 20. Great. And it taxes and challenges your body. You keep moving. Guess what? You're going to build muscle.
Yeah.
Because it's an implement.
I think, yeah, we can both agree on like, we can have different training styles and they can be optimized for certain things. And this is one thing that I have to try to like tell people in the science-based lifting community, people that are obsessed with like the specific programming and like all these like hyper optimization routes is you look at the population of big and strong guys. Okay. And see what the common denominator is. They all have trained for a really long time. They all have been consistent with their training. They all have optimized, or not optimized, but they've all been eating to put on muscle. And that is it. Because they all have different training styles. They all have different approaches, like especially in bodybuilding, right? There's high volume guys, low volume guys, high intensity, low intensity, high frequency, low frequency. And then there's like scientific
half reps,
literature.
half length, right? Partial reps. Big discussion in this.
It's a big stretch, all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
And then there's like scientific literature right now that's showing like, well, this is the best way to do it. And it's like, okay, that might be true, but there's only one guaranteed way to get the biggest possible that you can ever get. And that's just train for a really, really long time. And like you said, the implement, the method can be an optimization route, but doing anything with intent and effort for a long period of time is going to get your human body results. And we already have we don't need a study because the study is right in front of us, right? Like I can say, oh, I don't agree with kettlebell stuff, but then there's big, jack, strong kettlebell guys. And I don't agree with barbell stuff. Then there's big, strong power lifters. Oh, I don't agree with bodybuilding stuff. And then there's big, strong bodybuilders, like literally Ronnie Coleman, right? Squatting 805 for 3 reps, right? Like, so you can say like, this is better than this, or this is more optimized than this. But at the end of the day, if you do anything with effort and intent for a really long time, it will work.
I would juxtapose your statement about you can do anything as long as you do it consistently.
Mm-hmm.
I would put a caveat there and say there are people who do anything for a long time and they don't get no results.
Okay, that's a good point. I totally agree with that too.
And
there's the lifetime intermediate, right?
Yes. And please do not misunderstand this person with the lifelong student, because this is the guy who actually learns,
Yes.
gets new knowledge, and understands that if he comes into a room where there's people who are smarter than him, he has to become a student again. Doesn't matter from what sport or what skill you come from. But we can, because that's an important thing that we sometimes overlook, right? We might have to preference this or put it on a different platform. The big, strong guys, and let's put steroids to the side, because we know, right? If you take steroids, you can probably do all sorts of things and you get jacked, right?
Whatever.
Right.
Yeah, you just need the effort part. If you just have the effort part, paired with steroids, you're good.
Right, exactly. But let's just put people who look good, who are good at their sport, who are whatever, just the top 5% or the top 10% that everybody wants to aspire, that everybody aspires to, right? And say, I want to look like this, or I want to be that strong, I want to be that fast. They do the 80-20 principle. That's what gets them the results. They
100%.
do what works. They found out, so after 100 conversations, close to 100 conversations on a podcast, one common denominator I have found with almost everybody, that squats are one of the strongest exercises you can do.
Agreed.
It has so much carryover for everybody in life because we stand up and we sit down all the time. It's good for almost any age group, and a strong squat trains your full body. It's just a powerful exercise. I mean, the deadlift is right there with it, right? But the squat is just uniquely, insanely powerful. And that's why even in the way we train it doesn't matter if it's a rack squat, a goblet squat, a barbell squat. You just squat a body weight squat. Do 100 body weight squats. The next day you can't walk, right? Doesn't matter. Just do it. Great. So I think this is important to know, and that's why you make content about this. Zach Thielander makes content about this. I make content about this. Not everything works. The basics work. And once you find out that they work, you just work them. You don't get bored doing them. You don't get tired doing them. You do them all the time. And yes, of course, then we talk about, well, yeah, but maybe it makes sense to do a wide stance deadlift, maybe a little bit closer. Maybe I swing a little bit higher. Maybe I do the pendulum technique. You do the hard style technique. These are finer differences, but we're hinging, right?
Yes.
We're squatting. We're putting weight overhead or this way. It doesn't matter. I think that you'd agree, right? This is the key. The ones who got great results, I agree, they have consistently have been doing it. They're probably pretty humble about their sport, and they do what works forever.
Yeah.
So, and that's, for example, one of the workouts that we have with our beginners. It's so simple. We do a deadlift, we do a press, we do a squat, and a couple of swings.
Beautiful. Yeah.
And I have people who do this all the time. At the end, we do a couple of burpees, and that's it. Takes you a 20-minute circuit. Awesome. Gives you powerful results. You can do this the whole year, and you're good.
Yep.
Right? Of course, and then we have to say, but of course, but Gregory, my goal is to be maximum strong. All right. We have to adjust then. Yeah, Gregory, but tomorrow my goal is to run a marathon. Well, then we have to adjust as well. Right?
Yeah.
But even there, marathon, well, run.
Yeah,
I want to get very strong. Well, pick up heavy stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
I think people overcomplicate strength training, man. It's like just like what
Oh,
you said. It's like squat, hinge, push and pull vertically and horizontally, rotate, and then get fit cardiovascularly, whatever that may be. Boom, you're done. But
that's it.
that just doesn't sell on social media. It
Yes.
doesn't sell, and so everybody's looking for the secret. They're looking for the shortcut, and it's like, dude, it's not hard. Some of my best reels I've ever made is literally just saying that. Literally, squat, hinge, push and pull vertically, horizontally, rotate, get fit, and it's like, oh my God, that's that simple. You know what I mean? And in the
The
same
hard,
way that I
I
say,
would say the hard part is to do it consistently.
yes, yeah.
That's the hard part.
And progressing, right? Progressing, not
And
just
progress,
staying with the
understanding
same
how
damn
to, yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And, but even if, I would say, even if you're not progressing and you're above baseline and you keep it there and you're happy, boom, you got it,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. Yeah, if your goal isn't to like get stronger and also put on muscle, which is what progressing will allow you to do, and it's just to stay in shape and be healthy, you
You
don't need
win.
to
It,
add weight.
it
Yeah.
it's simple, right? And again, this is why the kettlebell comes in again, because it has such a simple approach. You don't have to think between 20 different weight classes or weights. It's just either 12 or a 16, and you're good. Let's put in the work. And then after a year, you say, Gregory, I want a little bit more. All right, maybe you do some more reps. Maybe pick up a heavier bell, right? Maybe we do a little bit more of a complex exercise, but it's simple, right? And
Sure.
I wholeheartedly agree. It's when I check IG or social, I see the craziest movements. I see Joel Seedman moves getting
Oh,
thousands of likes, thousands of comments. It's my brand new super strong Soldier Jack mega program. And while I get it, everybody's selling their stuff. That's fine.
yeah.
First,
Fair. Yeah.
prove that you can actually do it, then sell your stuff. We all have to eat. I get it. That's fine. But how come? No, actually, I'm just saying this because I know why. Everybody's looking for the secret. And there
The
is
hack.
this one,
Yeah.
yeah, the hack. And I think Dan John told me the story. It's so powerful. He said there was a huge tribe, and there were these kids, and they had to every year they had a huge fight among the kids. And the best of the kids, they always told them, listen, you have to train for this event because the one who wins, we take them out into the woods and then we tell them the secret. And everybody's like, oh, let's go. So they train hard, they beat each other up. So this one kid wins. So the elders take the kid out to the woods. They're like, all right, you ready for the secret? Yes, master, I'm ready. Here's the secret. There is none.
It's true. That is true. That
Right.
is strength. But here's the thing: the secret is what we tricked you into doing, which is train really hard and achieve your goal. And it's like the secret was the journey. The secret isn't the destination; it was the thing that you were doing to get there. It's like you reach the top of the mountain, you achieve your goal. It's like, what is the secret? It's like you did it. Your journey was the secret. Like that is what the secret is.
100%.
Yeah.
So that's where I think, and it's also interesting. I don't know if you've gotten this response. At least I got it. When I say, for example, I'm heavy on the basics, and I say, listen, like we talked about, this is what counts. Discard all the rest because you don't need it. I get these complaints, and I wonder which ones you get. I get the complaints that say, Gregory, why are you disregarding movement? Why do you think it is a bad thing for people to move? Why do you discourage people from going to Zumba classes? And then I say, listen, again, two things can be true at the same time. If you move, whatever that might be, you do backflips in the garden, you do somersaults in your kitchen table, I don't really care, and you do it consistently all the time. This is awesome because you put your body through more than what it does the whole day, which is hang around and check that stuff all the time. This is awesome. This is awesome.
Hey, same
this
case.
Is, yeah, all right. Everybody has that case. I'm like,
know,
sometimes
dude.
I pick up the wrong iPhone. I'm like, I'm sorry. So you're doing more than your baseline. Great. This is fine. I'm not discouraging anybody to move. No. Again, I'm not discouraging anybody to do the get up. But here's the but. How about I have two stocks? Stock number one is, Roman, if you invest into stock number one, you get 15% ROI. You're like, oh, that sounds interesting. Great. I have stock number 2. It gives you 85% ROI. Which one do you choose?
Yeah.
Well,
No-brainer.
one for fun? No, everybody picks 2. And this is where I come from, especially in my age group where we don't have that much time left. So how about we make the most out of our time? That's where I come from.
Yeah. No, I like that line of thinking too. Just like thinking about it as a return on investment. It's like it's like kind of the gripe that I have also with fitness on social media as well is like the exactly what you're talking about. The 15% stock is the flashy, crazy stuff that sells and it gets eyeballs. And something that I've found on social media is currency of credibility is built into follower count
Oh,
and
you're opening up
views.
Pandora's box, man. Yeah.
And what I found is I've seen so many of these creators with 1 million followers, 500,000 followers, getting credibility based on what I call the lemming effect, and I'll talk about that in a second, when they have no credibility that actually exists, where they get lots of views for flashy stuff and lots of followers. And then because they have lots of followers, people think that they're an expert. And something that I found as well is Instagram is riddled with doctorate degree, master's degree having individuals with 2,000 followers because they don't know how to get views. But the problem is when that guy makes a reel and this guy with 1 million followers makes a reel, and they can be flashy, crazy moves and basic fundamentals with great information. This guy, somebody will click on their account and go, oh, 2,000 followers. I'm not following this guy. But they'll click on this one. They go, oh, 1 million. I'll follow this guy. Because you're tricked. It's the lemming effect. You're tricked into believing that this person has been vetted by other people. And all of a sudden, it's the Seedman effect, where because it gets eyeballs, because he has followers, he has unearned credibility through social currency instead of knowledge. And it's like what he's doing is so flashy and eye-catching that people will follow him just to look at it. But then people who don't know how to train will look at it and go, oh, well, he must be credible. He's got 500,000 people watching his stuff.
So I love the lemming effect. So you have 1 million people who, for the lack of a better term, are illiterate when it comes to fitness.
Yep.
Following the person, adding credibility, while at the same time, there's being this huge conundrum that among these 1 million followers, you have no actual expert who agrees or looks at the stuff and thinks that's valid.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it's just like this, it's like this unearned like credibility. Yeah. It's like an unearned ethos of because you got views, you have followers, and it's like check the box, like, oh, he's good to go. Yeah, great.
The blue check mark.
And the
blue check mark.
It tricks people into believing that it's like this guy is a subject matter expert. And that is just simply not like the social media algorithm just is reverse engineered to take advantage of entertainment, controversy, and engagement.
The algorithm is geared towards rewarding flashiness, entertainment, and not value. Sometimes there's value packed into it. I'm not gonna lie. There are good creators who, but then again, isn't it crazy that a Andrew Huberman falls for functional patterns and other stuff on his podcast, where I'm asking myself here's the key. For example, everybody knows Joe Rogan, right? Joe Rogan he has FU money, he said once on his podcast.
For sure.
All right, Joe, if you have FU money, why do you promote these stupid ads on your podcast? Why do you insert them? Yeah. Because, and I'm not talking about YouTube ads. I mean, YouTube ads, that's fine. You get some passive income in the millions, and at the end of the year for Joe Rogan based on his view counts alone, right? I'm not talking about YouTube ads. That's built into the game. But why is he shilling for products where I'm thinking, Joe, You said you have the money. Same with Huberman. Bro, and let me tell you this. I wonder if that's what it's like in your case. We get lots of sponsorship requests for the channel. I always turn them down.
Yep, every time.
There's one thing that I promote, and that is the Pro Kettlebell. That is the kettlebell that I work with.
Yeah.
It is the brand that I stand behind. I have, for example, in the background here, that's my own set of kettlebells that I've produced in China. It cost me a little fortune. And when the Pro Kettlebell came along, that's Nikolai Pukhlov is his name, the guy who created this thing. He said, Gregory, can I send you my Pro Kettlebell? And I've heard some buzz about it. I said, hey, Nikolai, send it over. He sends it over. I'm like, Nikolai, this is it. I love it. I'm not going to pick up anything else again. I love it. I've discontinued my production line and said, I love this thing. Well, why should I continue producing something if I know there's a better thing out there? So I said, let's do a partnership. And so now we're in the process. It's a long process to actually making his kettlebells available in the EU. So the EU, Switzerland and UK, to get rid of all these taxes and shipping costs. It's insane, right? Of course, it's weight. But that's the only thing that I push. And of course, I push my own stuff. But all the requests that I get, maybe that's, I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, but I stopped even replying.
Yeah. I'm in the same boat. So I have two thoughts on this matter. One, I'll start with the Andrew Huberman thing, and two, I'll talk about what you just talked about, which is the sponsorships thing. I'm a longtime Andrew Huberman listener. I really respect his work. I really like what he does, bringing on experts, talking to people, hearing them out on all their different ideas and expertise. And so I respect Huberman as a outside the box thinker and an educator. I think what happens though is when you have your hands in so many different things, he has to be an expert to his audience in nutrition, sunlight, cold shock therapy, heat shock therapy, blue light, all these things. He can't fully vet everything.
It's impossible.
To the maximum.
Yeah.
And I think that also he has an open mind and is willing to hear people out that might not necessarily be worth hearing out, like Naughty. And I think that because he's in those two situations of having so many things to deal with, and on top of like not being able to vet them, that he's like, I don't think he endorsed them necessarily, but like, I'm going to try it out, see how it works. And me and Tellender made the funny like, oh no, but like, I don't think Andrew Huberman is saying like the best way to do things is to do functional patterns. I think that it's just along the same lines of anything. Like if somebody brings him like before cold plunging was like a daily, or not a daily, but a popularized thing, right? The first person to bring it up probably was like, people were like, what the hell are you talking about? And so maybe he thinks that's about functional patterns, and he's not an expert in strength and conditioning, and he doesn't see the charlatanism.
Isn't he though? I mean, he trains, from what I see, and just glance of it. I don't listen to lots of his stuff. I just listen to, for example, the Pavel episode. But isn't he says he lifts on a regular basis. Guy looks good. And I think he does basic stuff, right? Here's the key. Do you have to be an expert to see through the BS? Let's put it like this. If I have somebody on my podcast, we have a conversation about cars. And so he says, listen, there's this one model that you have to give it a shot, and you have to use this type of, engine and this type of blah. And so the whole car community comes at me for saying, that guy's a charlatan. Why are you even trying this? I'm saying, bro, I don't know nothing about cars. I just give it a shot. I don't know. But if somebody talks about something that is adjacent to what I do, let's just consider the mace, for example, the mace training. I'm not an expert on mace training. But the mace is from the same family like the kettlebell and the club bell. So I consider, based on my understanding of physiology and how everything works to a certain extent, that the backswing is the thing, and front swing, these two moves, they're awesome. Awesome for shoulder health. Awesome. Especially, I just love swinging movements, you know? I love the ballistic stuff. I just love it. That warrior stuff, nah. Like I said, I'm not an expert on the mace, but don't tell me that this warrior stuff, where you act like a Zulu and stuff, nah. Well, you do a lunge, actually. You lunge and you pick the arm up. Well, guess what? I can do a rack lunge with a kettlebell. Probably gets me more bang for my buck. You get what I'm saying? So I wouldn't say that.
Know what you're saying.
I wouldn't say that Uberman is the complete illiterate. Like, oh, I never lifted a weight in my life. Let's see what functional patterns is all about. Don't you think?
I feel like he's in a tough boat of like, he wants to hear out what he believes is like cutting edge. And I don't think he has the time to vet Naughty as like the literal, like taking, you know, footage of like a basketball player tearing his Achilles and going, if he had done functional patterns, this wouldn't have happened. I don't think Huberman has the time to go vet that. And I think he might just be being a curious mind, interested in like what he believes might be cutting edge. And honestly, I don't really know how much he does know about strength and conditioning. And because when I've seen what he kind of does for his own fitness routine, it kind of seems like he's just pulled stuff from people that have been on his show and just like included it in his routine. I don't necessarily know if he's like deeply thinking about that. I would hope that once he does go to look at functional pattern stuff and look at what Naughty says and how he says it and explains his rationale, they would go, okay, I get it now. This is dumb. But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
That's a good point. And actually, you touched on something which I think is important. I have heard, I can't remember, it was a small podcast, and I just heard bits of it, and I'm like, well, I got ear cancer or something like this. I really had to stop it. This was really ugly, because you had a couple of folks debating about Huberman, and they said, well, what he does is spread misinformation. And I'm like, come on, stop this. Stop treating grown adults like babies and idiots. Listen, there will always be information. Something's true, something's wrong. But let it find out for themselves. Because, and this is where I agree with you. Like, he has an open mind. And for example, when I talked to Steve Maxwell, and I reached out like 5 times. I think he'll never reply. But, you know, whatever. I keep trying. Steve Maxwell is considered somebody who hates kettlebells. And then people ask me, well, why do you even talk to this guy? And then I'm like, well, because A, he's an OG. B, I don't really like what he says, but I want to listen.
Yeah.
And then I make up my own mind. It's not that I'm going to stop lifting these things when Steve Maxwell thinks they're bad. And maybe I can, you know, find some reasoning. And maybe push back a little bit and get a great conversation out of it. So being open-minded and just talk to everybody, that's fine. Yet at the same time, and I agree with you, maybe he says, hey, let me give FP functional patterns a shot. Great. But then how about you come then back and say, hey, you know what? This thing is the best thing ever. All right, then probably you lose a little bit of credibility.
Sure.
But on the other hand, you should also come back and say, well, I tried it and I saw that, you know, based on what the actual strength and conditioning community does, looks a little bit off.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to produce the adaptations that we're seeking to gain, right? It is entirely, and I think what's so brilliant about FP too, and the way that they market it, is there's no measurable like outcomes. There's no way to actually see if what they're doing is working or not based on their own FP evidence. All they do is almost like a bodybuilding show where you have judges judging the competitors' physiques. They just kind of judge how good your movement has improved. And it's only based on their criteria of their understanding of how the human body works. Like they've like also moved like the goalpost about how movement should work. Like you should walk like this or run like this and everything. And so what they do is they kind of just like coach the guys doing FP to move a certain way and then go, this is evidence. And it goes, it's not, because it's subjective, but nice try. Versus let's say Mark Ripito, whoever, like collectively, lots of people are like, Mark is in the past. He's so old school. And it's like, sure. Okay. We probably have some better stuff now since the time of Mark Ripito. But if you get on starting strength and you go from a 100 or a 50 kilo back squat to a 150 kilo back squat, there is objective evidence for the fact that starting strength works. Same thing with a kettlebell. You pick up a 10 kilo kettlebell and then you eventually move to a 22 kilo kettlebell. There is objective evidence that this has worked. And what's so brilliant about a lot of these like snake oil salesmen is that there's no objectiveness. It's all based on Nadi's understanding of the human body.
They make their own rules.
He is the arbiter of what is right and wrong. And that's what's beautiful about strength training. And I can't remember the person who made this quote, but they're like, the barbell never lies to you, right? You can't trick it. You can't lie to it. You get under it and it is brutally honest to you.
That just brings to mind when I remember one coach from the area. He booked a session with me. We did 3 sessions, and I asked him, "Hey, just be 100% transparent. On a scale from 1 to 10, how would you rate your skill with the kettlebell?" He said, "Well, it's at a 7." I'm like, "That's decent." He shows up. He was at a 2.
Yeah.
So, and I saw it instantly when he picked it up and did. I'm like, all right, and I didn't. I wasn't like, oh, you lied to me. Come on, bro. I was completely chill. I was cool, but he felt the need to defend himself after the session and said, well, today I'm a little bit sick. I'm a little bit. All right, bro, that's fine. I can be sick all day and I still know how to move that thing, but that's fine. That's fine. And so I think it's the same with the barbell never lies, right? And so I love what you said there. It's the snake oil salesmen create their own rules, whereas everybody else has certain standards that are objectively true that you and I agree on, even if we use different modalities to train.
Sure.
And so
did you get stronger? Did you get bigger? Did you jump higher? Did you move
exactly
more? They're just subjective. You can't fool us.
Awesome. You got stronger. You lost weight. Do you feel more energy? Great. Are you happier? Great. Hey, you reduce your level of anxiety and depression? Great. Bro, this is awesome. And so and you know what? I have 100 people like this. Wow. What did you do? Well, the same or similar. Isn't that awesome? So that's objective evidence. And so I'm on that 100% same boat. One of our clients, her name is Sandra. She said, well, my coach told me I walk up the stairs the wrong way. I'm like, what? Well, are you moving backwards up the stairs? She said, no. He said, my knee angle, blah. I'm like, and I didn't engage because sometimes, I'm like, oh, that guy's stupid. But I thought to myself, how can you walk up the stairs the wrong way? And I said, here's how I would objectively define the wrong way. Do you have pain when you walk up the stairs?
Bingo. Exactly.
She says, no. I'm like, so you walk up the stairs, everything's fine. Well, I breathe a little bit. Yeah, that's something else. But, well, let's just get you stronger. Yeah. Period, right? And so, and think about this for a second. If you have this FP competition where I have to move a certain way, can you imagine the daily stresses, the stressors that you are subjected to when you walk down the street and you think, I have to walk the right way?
Yeah, right. It's like majoring in the minors too does that to you. Exactly what you're saying. It's like you hyper fixate on things that are meaningless, and then it has a reverse effect of training where it like spikes your stress.
Yes.
Where it's like you like have the opposite effect than what it's supposed to do, where it literally makes daily things harder and easier.
When you put this thing, when you peel the onion and you get to the core of it, you only see crap. So and that's where I come from. I mean, I just read an interesting study from Dr. Brad Schoenfeld today, and he shared so awesome that all cause mortality was reduced by 40 to 50% when people just jack up their steps from 2,000 to 5,000, 7,000, 10,000 steps a day. Isn't that awesome? So walking outdoors, getting sunlight, not being in the room all the time, great. And now imagine you walk the wrong way. So everybody else gets their benefits and you're out there walking like a robot, jacking up your nervous system. You're scared that somebody from FP might see you and yell at you like, you moved the wrong way. Can you imagine? This is insane. And what good does it do? And another thing that, I mean, you can still come up with something interesting. For example, I recently, when you do a one-arm swing, so you have the bell in one arm, right? You swing it between you hinge, you put it between the legs, and then you push it back up. So there's something very interesting happening with unilateral training where you only have one side. So of course, the free side is stabilizing, and the leading side, well, funny thing though, you don't actually work with the arm, you always work with the hips. So the kettlebell teaches you to not use the arms all the time and build tension, but keep it loose and focus on your midsection, your power source. So once you push the bell up, you can always do a little bit of a twisting from the hips. And that little fast twist from the hips, I recently saw a Russian boxing coach, and he exactly explained that maneuver, where he said when you load the punch, you have this twisting from the hips, and then it shoots through the whole body where the punch comes. But it's initiated from the power source again. And I thought, wow, wouldn't it be interesting to grab a boxer and tell him, listen, first you learn the proper mechanics of a one-arm swing, understand how it's supposed to work, the mechanics, then put in some works to learn the skill, Then you grab a 16, a 20, and a 24. We do different sets. We do long sets, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. And then we do very short sets, burst sets with heavy weights and fast moves. So what we're then essentially training is always that hip rotation mechanic. Would it be interesting to see if this would then help you in your boxing, where you've trained that little movement for hundreds, thousands of times, that you're able to still develop lots of force and quickness even in round 10, when everybody else gets tired. Because you, as you mentioned, because you've built specific strength in that little portion with that specific exercise. Wouldn't that be interesting to see, right?
Yeah.
So that's,
and I mean, we could measure it too, right?
Yeah, and you can measure it.
The punching pad, train like that for 2 or 3 months, and then hit the punching pad at the beginning of a sparring session, see what your power is. Did it go up over 3 months? Train for 10 minutes or so, and then hit it again and see if you maintain some baseline of power. It's objective. You can test it.
Again, and then you see, wow, it actually goes up. And now maybe here's the key now. Well, in elite sports, you might say, hey, listen, it went up 0.8%. Ooh, that's great.
Yeah.
These are very minor adjustments, but in elite levels, even 0.1% is major because everybody's at the top of their game. So how about you try this and give it a shot? All right, let's see, give it a shot. So you have 10 boxers, they come back and say, Gregory, listen, interesting theory, but it didn't work. All right, fine, but we tried it. And so this is the point of coming up with ideas and then making it work and then see if it works. But so many people weaponize half-truths and use them as absolutes. And this is what really grinds my gears, just like yours and Zach's does, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's interesting too, because it all falls back into that same thing of like, even with the negativity, it's going to get engagement. And so it builds Naughty's credibility on social media because of the follower count, because of the engagement, because of the comments and the likes. And so, just everything that we talked about, it just like all comes full circle of like, why does this work on social media? And it's because lots of people are uninformed, and then he has social credibility. His social credibility score goes up with his follower count. And then something also interesting that he does that my friend Alex Sterner pointed out. Alex Sterner trains some of the best Jiu Jitsu athletes in the world in San Diego, California. He's got a strength and conditioning gym there. And he pointed out how brilliant the FP like dogmatic system of like indoctrination is what they do is they put out stuff that's intentionally inflammatory, right? So they'll get like an athlete who like blows his knee out and go, this is why he blew his knee out. And then it'll get a ton of engagement, and they'll block or hide all of the negative comments. So what they do is they intentionally make it negative engagement, and then they hide the negativity. So it has the spike on social media of being eye-catching and controversial, and then you go in the comments and it's just like all positive, like
They all
FP's so
celebrate it.
great, it's
Yes.
amazing, Naughty's the goddamn Jesus Christ of strength training. And he's really like, if I could give Naughty any credibility in the world, it's this. And he's a really good salesman. He's a really good salesman because he plays on the human mind of how we, you know, decipher information and go about like deciding whether or not something's good. And one of the best ways to do that is what he does is essentially just like tear everything else down. Because if your product is bad and there's no way to improve it, there's only one way to get it above the rest of the stuff, which is what just say everything else sucks.
Everything is even worse.
Yeah, yeah. Say that strength, like he literally says strength training does more harm than good. So basically what he says is, yeah, FP might not get you big and strong, which I'm sure he does claim that, but if it doesn't, strength training hurts you. So it's like,
Yeah,
okay,
it's-
my stuff sucks, but that stuff is negative. It's actually worse than doing anything at all.
It's just
It's hilarious.
yeah, it plays. He is the king of the contrarian message.
Yeah.
He really
Yeah.
is. And you know, touching on marketing a little bit, this is I mean it is a skill that if you sell stuff, I had to learn this in the last 2 years. There is a mechanism to sell stuff, and there is a psychology behind it. There is an idea behind it, especially when you sell, for example, high ticket coaching or high ticket program. Because everything that involves not a low purchase decision, something that's like, yeah, $10, $100, come on, who cares? Everything that requires more investment, requires more information. And every time, that's proven as well, every time somebody has to invest something a little bit more major, where it's like, it's not $100, it's 1,000, it's 2,000, it's 5,000, it's 10K. So if somebody invests this type of money, what happens is you are pulled automatically outside your comfort zone. And what you do then is you want to stay in your comfort zone, even if the product that you're getting is going to change your life, but it costs you 10K. Now, I'm not going to do this. It's way too expensive. Well, yeah, it's going to change your life. I know it. Yeah, but and so there's a psychology behind it, which I get. And we've gotten really good at this now. Here's the major key though. I know I'm able to serve value, and I'm always presenting an exit route. I'm always saying, listen, if this is not for you, totally fine. No pressure. You can say no and we're out. That's fine.
Yeah.
We can stay, you can stay the way it is right now. You can leave it and that's it. Right? And I don't go around, I'm actually pretty careful with this, with tearing others down. What I do, here's what I do. I do, for example, say, the strong first snatch sucks, right? So that's a snatch variation, the hard style variation of the snatch, I think doesn't make a lot of sense, right? And so then I have this inflammatory title, and then I go with a little bit of a nuance. And so what I then get is, well, you just hate on Pavel, and you hate on blah, blah, blah. You hate on the guy who actually popularized kettlebell training, and so on and so forth. And I'm like, no. I'm not trying to hate on Pavel, but here's my key. Pavel said a lot of things that I just find questionable. So let's talk about it. And I think that's different. It's different when you walk around and say, these are all idiots, or you say, hey, they said this and that. Does that really hold weight? Let's look at it, right? Like you said, let's be a little bit critical.
Yeah.
But tearing everything down to make yourself look good, I think is the exact, and then being, it's like Joel Seedman, being this misunderstood genius. No, you're not, man. No, you're not. And so, and you've seen this too, right? I've seen this so many times. You see a very crazy move, you read the description, and you read it, and I'm like, if it was Egyptian hieroglyphics, I'd probably understand it better.
Yeah. Yeah.
The language is all the buzzwords thrown in casually, make it a word salad, and I read it 5 times and I still don't get it.
No idea what's happening. Yeah.
No idea what's going on here. What are you talking about? And then you hear thousands of people really celebrating it because it goes against popular thinking. It goes against the grain.
And I think true. What's funny about Seedman's stuff is he does that, but you can just like find the reason behind his results from really simple mechanisms. Something he put up the other day was like, I improved my athlete's back squat by 100 pounds, switching him over to this exercise. And I went, you cut his range of motion in half and he was able to move more weight. Wow.
Yes.
It's like
Mhm.
we've all seen the guy on
Yeah.
the leg press in the gym with 1,000 plates, right? And he goes, and that's what Seaman stuff is. It's like, okay, so you took him from a ass to grass squat where he's doing 300 pounds and you had him do a half squat with 400 pounds, and you think that an adaptation occurred? You can't even get an adaptation in a week, dude. What are you talking about?
And you don't even just say he got an adaptation. You also add on top of it that if he goes below 90 degree, he's gonna destroy himself.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
That's the
Yeah.
key. Again, it's the playbook. It is the playbook. How about I do something that is very not casual, right? But how about I do something that makes it look like I'm actually having results, and then I tell everybody who says, yeah, but this is actually the proper way, or we usually do it that way. You say, the reason is the problem is you're actually harming yourself by doing it that way,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? That's the playbook. I think this is how snake oil was sold in the West, right?
100%.
The
Yeah.
Wild West.
I see something that's super cool too in the last like 10 years or so that I've seen just surge on the internet and strength training is the idea of strength through large ranges or unorthodox ranges of motion. Guys doing like Jefferson curls and like super deep squats or like very long length range of motions. That's like very cool because it kind of shows that your body can adapt to more than we thought was possible. Like a Jefferson curl is the antithesis of how you're supposed to deadlift. Do you know what a Jefferson curl is? You
Yeah,
know what I'm
of
talking about?
course, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah.
This
So it's
type of
like,
back when you
yeah,
deadlift
it
it. Mhm.
it looks so crazy, but there's
Yes.
been time and time again where guys prove that like we can get strong in things that might not necessarily look to your eye as like good, and I think that that's really I think that's really cool because it pushes the boundaries of like what we thought was possible while simultaneously holding up to like, oh yeah, that is right. Like if I put a before the back squat was invented, it kind of might have seemed like putting a barbell on our back and squatting might be bad for our knees. And then we figured out that like, oh, like getting strong musculature and connective tissue around our knees through barbell or any squatting is actually good for our knees. And so I like this idea, like this new thing that people are doing of like pushing the boundaries of range of motion and even unorthodox training, because it does show that like we are capable of adapting as long as it still holds up
100%.
like scientific principles of like, progressive
100%.
overload and loading principles.
I
But
think, yeah, you're
yeah, go
right.
for it.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
I
If
think that like especially now because mobility and flexibility and ability to move your body is so much more important to people nowadays, like feeling good and feeling healthy, that like it also shows that like you can lift weights and not only access that range of motion, but get strong through that range of motion. And somebody that really opened my eyes up to this idea, his name's Jimmy House. I want to shout him out because he's been a friend of mine for a long time and he's really brilliant at this mobility stuff. Is one of the things that is a mechanism in strength and hypertrophy, right, is that range of motion generally doesn't affect like muscle growth or strength. However, that is like the definition from a scientific literature perspective, right? But what Jimmy has done is he's done stuff like a cambered bar bench press where he goes
super
super,
deep.
yeah.
Yeah.
And if I think about that, I go, okay, if I tried to do that, I would tear both my pecs off. And so what Jimmy said is his new methodology around like large range of motion strength training isn't like I'm trying to get this big stretch to get like big muscle growth. It's more like it's not, or a lack of mobility isn't a lack of mobility, it's a lack of strength. Because if I tried to go where he's going, I can't do it. So is that a lack of mobility or is that a lack of strength? Maybe it's both. But if you take it of like, okay, I'm not strong or I'm not able to access this, but it's also I'm weak here. I can't go all the way back to where he's going. I'm weak there. So it's not just a lack of mobility, it's a lack of strength.
I think it's one and the other. Because of your lack of mobility, you're not able to go into that range of motion, which means in that range you're not able to move because you don't even go there, which means
Yeah.
from that area you might be weak. And interesting, you just described kettlebell training.
Yeah, yeah.
You just did it.
Kind of.
It's right? Yeah, because and I look at from this perspective with the snatch, for example. So let's look at the example from the snatch again. The kettlebell drops between the legs. And what the hard style or the Western folks do is they just hinge and unlock the knees. So it's this is the hip and this is the knee, right? They move a little bit like this.
Sure.
What we do with the pendulum technique is this is the hip, but this is the leg.
It's like a more of a stiff leg.
Yes.
Mm.
So the in the backswing portion of the lift, your legs are locked.
Mm.
Even with a 32 kilogram kettlebell, which means that massive range of motion where you reach full, where you normally stand right, like this with fully knocked joints, right?
Yeah.
You get this with a slight hinge and fully extended legs, which means you take your whole posterior chain through a crazy stretch, especially the hamstrings. And then you explode back up, which means in that range, you get massive, massive, massive mobility and you get the strength effect. So at least the stretch reflex from that area.
Yeah.
And I can give you another example too, is when you, and again, that's the Russian way of training, or let's consider it more the sports side of things. Again, another example is the exact same, is you have two kettlebells racked in the position, right? And when you see the regular guys do, the Western hard style guys, they stay like this, right? Chest up, bell like this. So if you have two weights right here in front of you and you stand tall, lock knees like this, gravity pulls those weights down, which means your shoulders are getting fired up. They're getting obliterated as you try to hold to that weight. For the lack of a better term, this was a kettlebell sport rack, is you have the bell, but you completely dive in like this. So you go into an extreme kyphotic position. You completely bend the back of your the backside of your T-spine, and then you look for contact. The elbows look for contact with either the stomach or the hips. So you really want to dive in and really crunch yourself into this connection so that you have connection with your power source while your legs stay fully extended. So then you have to imagine you look like this and the back's all bent and this is how you stand. And to the untrained eye, they think this is bad for your back. But here's what you actually do, is you completely surge, you crunch in to connect the arms with the body. And the weight pulls down in front of the knees, which means the weight sits now on your hips. This is actually where you want it. This is the strongest part of your body. So then when you explode up into a jerk, this is the beauty of it. You do a so-called quadruple extension. You extend the ankles, you extend the knees, you extend the hips, and you extend the T-spine. So from this crunched in position, you explode up and land in that position. And that requires extreme mobility and an extreme good kinesthetic literacy. And you mentioned this in the beginning of the conversation when you said for certain sports, you just have to be built for it. And for example, if you want to be good at the kettlebell jerk, the proper way, the sport way, you have to have long arms and a very short torso. Because then you can connect the bells very easily to your stomach. And
Maybe
then
it's for me then.
Maybe. Well, you gotta give it a shot then, right? And so that's the beauty of it, right? And so where I wholeheartedly see the point from your friend, where you have, listen, I just go into insane range of motion. And by the way, I did it just yesterday. I was laying on the bench, on an incline bench, but very, very small incline. I had both bells racked, and then I was actually doing it like this. When I went down here. And pressed up, right? And I felt an insane stretch in my chest. Down here and coming back up. And I had the same idea like your friend. I said, this is not, I want max muscle. I want max range because I
Yeah.
love the way it feels when I get that stretch down there, right? Whatever benefits it might grant you, I'm not really sure, because I'm not sure if this crazy range of mobility is maybe diminishing returns as well. I don't know, but I just give it a shot and I like it, right? So your friend definitely has a point.
Yeah, I honestly think that like this like super ROM range of motion. It was so the super ROM lifting was originally popularized by RP Strength, Dr. Mike Israetel,
Yeah, Dr. Mike.
under the guise that super stretch ROM is really excellent hypertrophy. We found out probably not, but one benefit it absolutely does is it essentially builds strength while doing stretching, right? So you're stretching, getting the benefit of what static stretching would do with weight and strength. So it's like strength training while doing yoga almost.
Yeah, loaded
which is
yoga.
yeah, it's super
100%.
cool in that regard. And I honestly think it's opened my eyes to this, that I honestly don't think any movement is bad for our body. I think if properly loaded, properly progressed in a safe manner, you can adapt to kind of any movement. And I think this is best also seen through jujitsu, in the sense that so many of the positions in jujitsu are anatomically really bad for you. Something like, I know this is going to be nonsense to you because you don't know the terminology, but there's something called a cross ashigarami entry, where you essentially flare your knee out and you load your opponent, which looks to be sort of kind of on your LCL, and invert your body under them, like fold your body in half. And for a practitioner who is not adapted to that movement, they are at risk of tearing their ACL. But if you look at guys who've been doing jujitsu since they were very young children, they can do anatomically like odd things with their body really hard with really high intensity and not get injured. And it leads me to believe it's just in the same realm of strength training. Is you're essentially doing strength training through crazy ranges of motion while building up an intensity, right? It's like you can get strong doing literally any range of motion, any movement. You just have to do it safely, and that's where like this whole, like, I think there's a really cool Instagram page called oh man, what is it called? It's like Death by Deadlift or something like that. But it's a guy who like lives in his garage and he does like absurd, like Eric Bugenhagen, like crazy, like deadlifts, like just with completely rounded spine, like just crazy stuff. And to your eye, you're like, oh, he's gonna blow his back out. But then if you really think about it, it's like, isn't he just strength training through a different range of motion, through a different movement pattern? He's just getting like your body is so good at adapting. I feel like you can just adapt to anything.
About adaptation, I had a conversation with Dr. Stuart McGill, Professor Stuart McGill, I'm sorry, and we had a conversation about back and stuff. He's the leading spine researcher and biomechanist in that regard. And he said he once had a wood chopper, a professional wood chopper, at his practice. And he said they looked at his spine, he said, and he was completely disbalanced because on one side, because of that movement, right?
Yeah.
He was insanely strong. And on the other side, he was insanely weak. And I love what he said there. He said, now there's two roads. You either take away his performance ability and take away the disbalance at the same time, or leave the disbalance and keep his performance. What do you do?
It's his job. It's what he does. Just keep
Right?
it. Why?
Right?
What do we fix? Like, what are we fixing? Why do we feel like we need to fix it? That's the thing, right?
And here's a point. Here's an interesting point that I heard from another researcher. His name is Andrew Charniga. Here's what he said. He said he was able, when he was doing squats as a weightlifter, he was always going 90-degree squats, 90-degree angle. And I've seen in practice, you've probably seen this too. There are some people who cannot squat deep because the hip has a certain architecture. And they're not able to go ass to grass. They're not able to go into that deep squat. And Dr. Stuart McGill coined it. He said, the people who are able to go in a very deep squat, these are so-called Slavic hips. And people who are not able to go into a deep squat, have a 90-degree angle stuck on it, this is a Celtic hip. So this is kind of like the differentiation on a very bird's eye perspective. And so he said he was never able to go deep until his trainer forced him to. And then he was able to go deep. And I have a friend of mine, he was a CrossFitter. He had that 90-degree angle. He has that hip. He can't go deeper. but he was forced to go deeper because of CrossFit. And now we can say, well, great. So he was adapting in a range of motion he's not very good at, which is great, right? He gained a new ability, and we can move through all forms of motion, which I agree, by the way. But here's the key. He developed a serious hip issue afterwards.
Oh, really?
And so my question would be, while I agree, I wholeheartedly agree. If you do a Jefferson curl, I just hope you know that you do it intentionally like this. I think it's a problem if you want to do a proper deadlift and it looks like a Jefferson curl, and we ask you, hey bro, are you doing a Jefferson curl? You're like, no, I'm doing, what? I do a deadlift. Well, then maybe just learn the basic first, and then you can go and bend your spine. So I'm not saying that you're not supposed to build strength in all ranges and strange movement patterns, because I don't know who it was. I think he was I forgot the name, but he said, listen, I was doing these crazy rounded back movements because in the military, when you have, I mean, you know this, right? When you have to pull your teammate from the floor, I cannot do a deadlift. I have to go in a very awkward position, have strength, and pulling away from the battlefield, right? And so I get that we need that strength. My only question would be, if there are not any repercussions anywhere down the line, right? That's the question.
I think a big component of this is I think we get a lot of movement limiting based on what you did as a child. So I totally agree with you in the sense of I don't necessarily think that like there's like a Celtic hip or a Slavic hip, but I think that if you've built a range of motion for 45 years, 30 years, and you try to reverse it in a year, it's probably going to lead to some issue and dysfunction. But I think that when I was overseas and in countries like Afghanistan or, Syria, they don't have toilets in a lot of places, and they squat down with a foot flat on the ground, squat down into ass to grass squat, and use the bathroom essentially. And so they're essentially training from literally the day they're born to squat deep. And so I think adaptation, while is capable, everyone's capable of adaptation. I think if you've been sitting in an office chair for 30 years, there isn't a world in which you adapt to a full ass to grass squat in a few months. I think that is probably going to take you multiple years to get to. And that's where the proper loading and proper progression in a safe manner comes from. And that is what's often forgotten, is that the time for you to reverse a condition a lot of times it can be shorter than the time it took to get that condition, but it's not going to happen as quickly as it will happen for other people closer to their goal. And the best example of this is people that are extremely obese. It took you 25 years to get to 500 pounds. It shouldn't take you a year to get to 200. It's simply like not healthy. It's going to destroy you. It will wreck you. This is a multi-year process. Maybe in 5 years, work down to 200 pounds. So I think we have to also take into consideration the amount of time that this dysfunction has built up to then be able to correct it or work on an adaptation for it.
Very good point. I think at the end of the day, even if you have somebody, we see this in our coaching in the gym. We have people. It's a very small percentage, though. I have to say this. The most people can go deep. It's just the issue is they can't go back up, which is a lack of strength, right? I got it. But we have people who are just stuck in the 90-degree angle. It's so common. And I remember in a couple of sessions where we normally train one-on-one, and then we have one group session per week. And I saw these two folks, they were at the same height. They have the same hip structure, built like this. They stop at 90 degrees angles. And so my question would then be is, you probably would be able to push them deeper, and whether that condition is learned over the years or it's built like that, I mean, who cares? It's just you're not able to go that deep. All right, we got it. And so my question is, or the way I see it then is, listen, you go as deep as your hips allow you to. I only see these folks once a week most of the time. So let's not, I focus on a different age group and I focus on a different training philosophy in that regard. Let's not waste too much time with trying to do all these moves. Let's just do some proper basic strength movements so that you can walk away and actually get the benefits, even if you're unable to go very, very deep into this squat. And one orthopedic doctor, he was with me as well. in the gym, and he told me, based on the surgical procedures that he had, you see that certain hips are just built differently.
Oh, for sure. For
Right?
sure.
Where certain people are not able to do certain movements based on their anatomy, which is so
Definitely.
interesting. Where I sometimes see, and you've seen this too, right? Where everybody thinks we have to be loosey-goosey like the yogini. When at this, and if you're not, you're doing something wrong. And it's the same thing again. It's the same playbook. Yeah, maybe we could all use a little bit more mobility, but how about we understand it from a perspective that everybody's built a little bit different? So maybe that guy is not able to do what you do, but maybe in other areas they're stronger, so on and so forth. And how come, especially on social media, everybody thinks that we're all the same. We're all exactly the same, and we should move the same, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. Like hip anatomy definitely is different person to person. For me in particular, if I have my toes facing forward and I try to squat where my knees essentially go up in line with my shoulders, I can't squat like that. My hips are not built like that. And so I have to squat slightly, toes pointed out, knees flared out. So I'm bypassing that like hip impingement essentially. So everyone can't squat the same, but I do believe that everybody should be able to eventually. And I'm not there without an Olympic weightlifting shoe or without a heel lift, especially because I've had 2 knee surgeries from Jiu Jitsu. I'm still working on it right now, but like eventually be able to foot flat on the ground, squat all the way down to the ground. Now, I'm not saying that you need to squat 300 pounds, 400 pounds doing that, but I think the ability to squat all the way down is a fundamental like human ability. And if you look at like babies or toddlers, they do it all the time. Like they literally to pick things up, they squat ass to grass and pick things up. So like I think everybody's born with the ability to squat and we lose it rather than trying to gain it.
It's a good point. I read about the baby thing, which I've heard often, which is also quoted in Turkish get up and stuff like this. Well, as a baby we do blah 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 blah. And while I do see the point, what we also probably have to factor in is that the dimensions of the baby body is completely different than the grown adult.
Oh, for sure.
And
the femurs are so short.
yes, and the limbs change, and everything is still, and it's a work of progress. So
100%.
where I see, yes, they can do it probably then when they grow a little bit older, and then everything's fixed and built. Then you have, see, this guy has the hips socket looking like this, which means their legs can go out like this without an issue. And the other guy has hip sockets like this, where the legs just go forward, and if they push out a little bit, they feel this impingement coming, right? And so I see your point, but I also see the point that people are just built differently, and maybe not everybody's supposed to do full range of motion. And at the same time, I say, who cares? Just squat how you can. Because squatting, right? Because squatting is such a powerful move. And so to finish this one off, Roman, I'd like to ask your coach, what are his recommendations for GPP when he sees you, the athletes? What does he tell you? What are you supposed to do in the weight room? How is a GPP training supposed to look like next to Jiu Jitsu? That's what I'd like to know. If you can share a little bit of information.
Like my Jiu Jitsu coach, you're saying?
Yes.
So my Jiu Jitsu coach is John Danaher, who is very well known for having an attitude towards GPP of like, it doesn't really, I've found no difference between athletes. And honestly, I'm of the same opinion, just in a more nuanced regard of it. He finds that there's no difference between training modalities in terms of translation to the mats. And honestly, like, I kind of agree in the sense of like GPP is, because what he's referring to is like powerlifting, bodybuilding, kettlebell, calisthenics, those things. And if we look at what GPP actually is it's taking the best thing from all of them and using them in one. So in
100%.
one regard, like I actually completely agree with what he's saying, which is the modality doesn't seem to matter. And I 100% agree. The only part that I kind of do disagree with him on is he finds that your diet has no effect on performance. But I think that the population of people he looks at to assess that is his incredibly high-level athletes who are genetically gifted. And I think for most of us mere mortals, we should probably prioritize our diet.
Unless you're not Floyd Mayweather, do not eat every day. Don't go to Burger King all day, every day, right? Yes, that's a very interesting point. So just to reiterate, your coach says training modality doesn't matter. What you do in your
Yes.
GPP doesn't matter because, and I agree too, because GPP at the end of the day is improve general physical preparedness, which means get your mobility up, get your strength up, get your speed up, get your strength endurance up, get all the physical qualities of the human body up as get a tide that lifts the boats of physical qualities as high as possible. So then we can translate this into the SPP, which is, in your case now, Jiu Jitsu. I would say the same. I would say the same because at the end of the day, I get strength endurance from kettlebell training, but you can get the same thing from rowing. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
I can get strength from heavy front squats with 2 bells. You can get the same thing with a heavy barbell squat on your back. So I think I love that. And the only people who don't like to hear this is probably the kettlebell folks. And I just underscore this right now because kettlebell, martial artists are enamored with kettlebells. And I believe it comes from the fact because it replicates a fight. It comes very close to a wrestling match. When you work with the kettlebell, here's the key. Not 1 set of 10, but 200 reps in 6 minutes without putting it down.
Sure.
This is where the kettlebell is very unique, especially with the ballistic exercises. It's a mental game like crazy. And so this is why a lot of martial artists gravitates towards it. And does he give you guys any recommendation where he says, hey, listen, I would do this, I would do that, I would focus on this? Is he big on recommendations? And if yes,
Zero.
what is it?
Zero. The only thing I've ever heard him talk about when it comes to strength and conditioning is he believes that the hanging leg raise, where you essentially hang off of a bar and tuck your pelvis up,
Yes.
is a very excellent exercise for jiu-jitsu. That is the only recommendation I've ever heard. He's not big on advice outside of his scope of very highly specific knowledge. And I think he knows that. He's not an idiot. He's not going to just start saying shit about stuff he doesn't know about. But I think the one exercise I know he absolutely recommends to every jiu-jitsu athlete is the hanging leg raise.
And do you see that transfer in the sport, or do you include it in your GPP?
I included it in mine. I included it before I heard John talk about it because I find that in conjunction with like a cable curl, just like loading the flexion of the abs to get strong with your abdominal muscles, the crunching and stuff like that, I think is really valuable. And then once I heard him talk about it too, I was like, yeah, that kind of confirms my bias. But yeah.
because you're in these crunched positions all the time, right?
Yes. Yeah. You're always basically like a good defensive position in jiu-jitsu, if you're playing the bottom position, is to have essentially knees to chest and tight elbows. It kind of like a little bug, right? Because if you open up that space, you open up this space here for pins. If you're crunched in, knees to chest, elbows tight, you can never be pinned. You always have a method of rolling up onto your side, wrestling up, or having some movement of like getting underhooks and rocking up, like fighting upwards.
And I like this. So, and that's the metric of everybody's defensive position, is that, let's call it the bug position, right? Where you like this.
Yeah.
And how did you get
sort
around?
It's sort of the foundation of not being able to be scored on from the bottom position in jiu-jitsu. And how you get away from that is the opposite. You have to separate knees from chest and elbows. So like a guard pass, getting past your opponent's guard, is all about separating the knee elbow connection and knees away from chest.
And how much would you say? How much is it? Because that's what I've heard, from the outside looking in, that it's a little bit of a chess game where you are trying to plan your next move, but lots of strategizing. And my question is it more strategizing, or is it more strength, more explosiveness, speed, endurance, or is it a mix of everything?
I would say just as akin to any other sport, there's a massive physical component. There's no two ways around that. Being a better athlete, being in better shape, being stronger is always a massive advantage. However, jiu-jitsu is very rare in the sense that because, and the example of this is, no other sport really has the ability, at least in combat sports where there's weight classes, small athletes are able to beat larger athletes. One of the most notable examples of this is in 2019 ADCC, which is essentially the Olympics of Jiu-Jitsu. It's called the Abu Dhabi Combat Club. It's literally like put on a massive event. And there's like trials from all over the world to get there. A smaller athlete, a 60 or a 77 kilo athlete, his name's Lachlan Giles from Australia, was able to take out 3 opponents in the open class back to back to back, who were 99 kilos, 99 kilos, and 99 plus. So the open. He was able to beat them with submissions, leg locks, and basically essentially breaking their legs, although they tap before that happened.
Yeah. Were they all same belt,
yeah.
same category, black belts, or what was it?
So they all were black belts, but ADCC, it doesn't matter. It's just the best guy. You could be any belt color. You have to win trials to get there or get invited. It's just the best guys, regardless of belt rank or anything.
But
So-
I'm assuming, and that's just my, before you continue, that's just my
Yeah.
my stupid assumption for somebody, or ignorant assumption.
Mhm.
Isn't a red or blue belt is never going to tap out a black belt, right?
So
Does that happen?
I just made it kind of a reel talking about this too, but jiu-jitsu, martial arts are kind of the only sport where we expect that a 35-year-old or a 42-year-old is going to keep up with the 22-year-old because of the color of their belt. And there are 22-year-old black belts, and there's also 22-year-old blue belts who are NCAA D1, college wrestlers who you put an NCAA wrestler blue belt in a gym, and he's going to beat the brakes off of all the black belts because he's younger, more athletic, and just simply better at grappling. It's only in jiu-jitsu and it's only in combat sports where we expect belts to have a meaning or a determination of skill level without thinking about other factors like high level wrestling, high level athletics like football, high level, all those things. I would say for the most part, for the general populace in general, yes, black belts are going to decisively beat blue belts, but there's always cases where this just simply is not true. Like in the case of if a Greco-Roman gold medalist comes into jiu-jitsu, one in the IBJJF, he cannot compete with white belts. It's not fair, obviously. He has to go to blue belt, but he can compete at blue belt. A Greco-Roman gold medalist can compete against Tommy from accounting, who's 32 years old, at a blue belt tournament. You could have a freak of nature athlete compete against an average Joe because of their belt level. When in reality, let's be honest, who should that Greco-Roman gold medalist be going against? The best dude.
I guess the black belt, the
Right.
best, the youngest, best, strongest, fastest, the highest performing.
This is why ADCC was invented, is because
to open it up and say,
yes,
doesn't matter.
ADCC is the Olympics not of jiu-jitsu, it's the Olympics of grappling. So they have the best wrestlers, the best jiu-jitsu guys, the best catch wrestlers. All these different people come to compete in a grappling rule set that's supposed to reward all the different modalities of grappling. So in an ADCC rule set, especially in the finals of ADCC, the jiu-jitsu athlete cannot pull guard. They cannot go down to the bottom position willingly. They have to stand and wrestle.
Okay, so you can't lay on the back and then let's go.
No.
You
can do that in the matches leading up to the finals, but once you're in the finals, you cannot do that. You cannot just willingly accept the bottom position. So ADCC and the rule set too favors a lot of wrestling rule sets. So in jiu-jitsu and IBJJF, you can go what's called a turtle position, where you're in like a 4-point stance. That is not a scoring position in ADCC. So you can use that as a neutral position to sort of neutralize a lot of the things that jiu-jitsu is good for. So like if they go to pass your guard, you can roll up into a 4-point position and stand up and no score happens. So it's a rule set that's designed to take all the best grapplers and pit them against each other. Now, because there's submissions, 90% of the 95% of the winners of ADCC are jiu-jitsu players, because submissions are such a important factor in grappling.
So is one of the differences you mentioned? I've heard Greco-Roman wrestling. I mean, high school wrestling is the key to wrestling is scoring And the key to jiu-jitsu is submission. Do I get
Ending
it
the
right?
match.
Ending the
Yes.
match. And so,
Yes.
and because a wrestler's used to scoring points, not going into submission and ending the match, he's probably at a not so favorable position against somebody who wants to essentially kill you,
Exactly.
right? Or
So
break
like
your
you can have,
limbs.
yeah, you can have a really talented wrestler like take the jiu-jitsu player down a bunch of times, kind of beat him up, like pass his guard, get him in a 4-point, pick him up, throw him on the ground, and then the jiu-jitsu player kind of just like finds his way around it, enters the legs, attacks on a heel hook, and the match is over, right? And it's different than another sport like let's say soccer, where you can't win from scoring a goal.
Yeah, yeah.
But you can win a match in jiu-jitsu from one thing.
Yes, and that's it.
And that's the kind of equalizer for jiu-jitsu against the other grappling arts, is that jiu-jitsu guys are often made fun of because they don't have a wrestling pedigree about the stand-up portion, right? So like wrestlers can take them down, which is why wrestling is the best base for MMA. It's the ability to control where the fight is. I can stand if I want, or we're going to the ground if I want. It's on my terms. That's why it's the best base for MMA.
So you would, and all right. So wrestling is being able to fight standing and then taking you down if I want to or not, right?
Wrestling is basically just deciding where the fight happens, right? Because if you're a good wrestler, they can't decide to put you down, so you can't be taken down, and you can decide to put them down. That's why wrestling, it's not wrestling itself, although wrestling lends itself to a bunch of positive grappling abilities in like the UFC, for example. But the main reason of why wrestling is so powerful is you dictate where the fight takes place. If you want to stand, we stand. If you want to fight on the ground, we fight on the ground. You get to dictate that because you're the better grappler.
I got that. And so at the end, when it comes to just to understand the differentiation between the grappling arts, so with wrestling, I have the capability to decide, are we going down, yes or no? And with jiu-jitsu, I have the ability to say, listen, when we're on the ground, I'm going to break your toe or break your knees, right?
Exactly.
All right. And so where the grappler probably runs out of his knowledge to say, hey, how am I going to break his arm? Right?
Yes.
So I need that knowledge from that other art and then include, all right. So
that's why it's mixed martial arts.
I always got that. But, from somebody, I just thought, well, they're good at jiu-jitsu and boxing. That's it. But it's actually like it's these many different arts combined. That's why it's so insanely interesting to watch. And
it's amazing.
It's amazing. I got that. And so I love that. So your coach is like, hey, listen, I have my expertise. There's this one exercise that might be good or that is good. And you just do your, and is he, I understand he's not giving recommendations, but is he also saying like, hey, you don't need it, just stay on the mat?
No, he definitely finds value in doing strength and conditioning. He just doesn't give it any advice that he probably doesn't feel qualified to give. He's not going to speak on matters that he doesn't, know about.
See, it's another thing, right? It speaks to the professional attitude to somebody who says, listen, this is not my point of reference. And
you can be
Instagram,
smart enough to say you're not smart enough.
Yeah. And on Instagram, you have all these experts who know everything. And so, so are you basically left to your own devices when it comes to your GPP?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I think that's why that I do pretty well on Instagram, is because most jiu-jitsu gyms take that same callous attitude towards, not that John has a callous attitude towards it, but most jiu-jitsu gyms don't really even talk about it. They might have like a barbell and some kettlebells in the gym, but like most people aren't using them. They don't really do it. It's not really like there was two like frontiers to conquer in combat sports. For what I've seen, at least in jiu-jitsu in the grappling realm, it was get people into the weight room. That was the biggest frontier to conquer up front, is just get them to do something. And then the second one that I'm trying to help conquer, which we are so far away from, is get them to eat carbohydrates and fuel their body. Because they're just like the information around nutrition, especially in combat sports, is like eat a couple of eggs and a piece of fruit and we're
really
good.
Though.
Yeah, it's real bad. Yeah, it's real bad. Yeah.
When you said it with the carbohydrate thing, I mean, this is what endurance athletes do.
And that's the thing, right? If we're just lifting weights, maybe just like a piece of fruit could power you through your workout.
Yeah.
But dude, we're doing 2 hours of
Strength
hard
endurance,
cardio.
that's a complete different ball game.
Completely different. Yeah.
Interesting. You see, there's so much room to expand on. That's why, that's why it's always good to not discount knowledge from people who are a little bit younger, who grow up with something and then have new things to bring to the table, or just not even talking about the age thing in general, just people who are willing to try new things. It comes full circle again. It's we want to try new things, see how it works, and then at the end of the day, we decide what's best, and then we discard the rest. However, certain people then say, listen, my stuff is the best, period, even if it's objectively false and doesn't really work. Whereas if you look at how good science is actually done, is I have a theory, let's falsify it. Let's punch holes through it and see if the theory actually withstands.
That is how people forget that is how science is done.
That's the idea.
It's not I have an idea, let's prove it right. It's I have a hypothesis,
let's prove it
wrong.
Yes.
That's the idea. Is you want to rigorously, like, it's like putting like a flagpole down and then a thunderstorm comes through. It's like, it's only good if it stays up.
Yes.
It's not put a flagpole down, sunny day, it's good.
Or avoid the thunderstorms. No. Right. Let it come.
Yeah.
It has
to. The idea is to rigorously push it to its maximums, to test it, to pressure test it, to see if it's worthwhile. And people forget that about science. People forget when they design studies, sometimes they forget about that. And that's my gripe about any individual study versus the meta-analyses of the study. Right. Also, I wanted to quickly bring this up because I didn't want to forget. If you're interested, I could also quickly describe, because John doesn't have a super he doesn't have any crazy recommendations, but if you were
go ahead
and hearing the strength and conditioning work we did in the military as a Ranger regiment, because I know a lot of people, I don't talk about this much, but it was, if you looked at our gym, these were the things that we had in our gym. There was just a line of squat racks, obviously pull-up bars with barbells, plates and everything. There was some dumbbells, couple of cable columns. But one of the things that I thought was very interesting that they also prioritize, and where I got a lot of the same idea of thinking, is they had these 2 devices called pit sharks. I don't know if you're familiar with those or not. Pit sharks. What a pit shark is essentially a belt squat. So you attach a chain to your hips because we're always carrying heavy stuff on our backs. It was a way of training your legs without taxing your spine, taking the load off of your back.
Yes.
And then there was an outdoor area where we had sleds that we would push back and forth,
sleds are
or
awesome.
like odd objects like kegs and stuff to carry. And then there was ropes and like obstacle courses like monkey bars, like a high incline hill to do sprints up. That was kind of the foundation of our strength and conditioning. So it was kind of like generalized strength training, barbells, kind of that kind of stuff. And then there was a lot of like work capacity stuff, pushing sleds, carrying stuff, climbing ropes.
Yes. And that's, that's actually the description of what GPP and SPP is. First, we build up the base, and now listen, you have to have strong legs to carry stuff around. So let's make sure we can really get those legs strong without compromising your lower back. So let's do belt squats or pit sharks. You have to be able to push and pull a lot of stuff around and carry stuff and carry stuff that is not, not conducive to the human body, very strange, awkward objects. Let's include this as well. This is how it's supposed to work. And not grab a dumbbell, stand on one leg, kick the left leg, right? It's so interesting. And see, I think it always comes down to this. If you are forced to produce results, if you are forced to have objective results that are, for example, tested on the battlefield, where you listen, you have to be strong enough to carry your wounded teammate. You have to be strong enough to carry those ammo boxes. You can't just say, "Oh, my bad back." No, you got to do it. So you have to produce results. So if you are forced in that corner, I always say you get most bang for your buck, and you have a sense of urgency. The sense of urgency is, listen, if we do this wrong, we mess up our soldiers. I can't do this. I can't do stuff that isn't proven, because when they're out there, I have to trust that the basic stuff that we instilled into our guys works out there in the field. Right?
Yeah, because the consequences are so high.
Exactly, because if it goes wrong, we're all right?
Yeah.
Stuff hits the fan. We can't do this.
Mhm.
However, if you're not supposed to produce results and the consequences are not dire, look at the
Whatever.
government,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I mean, that is kind of like the crux of like the strength and conditioning stuff. It's like, and it's kind of my take too of like, okay, in jiu-jitsu, the difference between you being fitter than your opponent is like you escaping that leg entanglement, not getting your leg broken. So like, let's stick to the basics, get really strong, get really fit, because their consequences are high. That's why I exclude the juggling stuff, right? That's why I exclude the Joel Seaman stuff. That's why I exclude, like, I love the specific stuff. I love the little skill work. I love that stuff in the sense of like push the boundaries. Yeah, go for that kind of stuff. Like in terms of, if you find enjoyment in it, you find fun in it. But our consequences are really high if you're not strong and fit. And so let's stop doing that shit for jujitsu.
That's exactly it. And it's not just jiu-jitsu in general. It's just generally speaking, how about we just focus on producing results and results that are sustainable? And you can still, like I say, I'm focused on one specific crowd, one specific niche. This is the one that I serve. And because the kettlebell works so well for the crowd, this is what I focus on. But if you would ask me, Gregory, listen, I'm on vacation. What should I do? Should I look for kettlebells? No. Listen, how long are you on vacation? A week? Chill, bro. Chill.
Yep,
Completely chill. Don't do
in the same
anything.
boat. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't do anything.
Yeah, you're on
but
vacation, dude. Relax.
Yeah, right. Relax. I'm supposed to look for a gym. No, chill. Yeah, but I'm staying there for business for 4 weeks. All right, let's talk about it. Well, there's no kettlebell, no gym. Well, you have your body with you. You do some body weight squats, some push-ups, some burpees. Boom. You do some walking on the sand. You're out on the beach. Do some, right? This simple stuff. And this is what produces results on a continuous basis. And it is objectively true that strength training works, right? It's not just the experience, but also the data backs it up. And so that's why, I mean, we've talked about it at length now with all these snake oil salesmen. It is what it is.
Like even just the bodyweight stuff, like you said, right? Like, okay, I can only do 10 push-ups. Like you're working with an older population. I can only do 10. Now I can do 25. Massive leap, right? And it's objective. We literally doubled, almost tripled the amount of push-ups you can do. We got you stronger.
Just one of our clients, his name is Alex. He said he started with that particular workout with the press, the squat, the deadlift, and the swing. And then at the end, we had 25 burpees at the end. And now after 6 months of training, he says, listen, I can finally keep the pace of the video. I don't have to stop. I continually push through. Plus, I can use a heavier bell. Hey, these are wins. These are wins. He looks better. He feels better. It's not just a feeling where you say, well, this can be subjective, right? I mean, he feels better. Hard to measure. But, well, you can measure it, but not quantifiable. But let's talk about, right, the 16. Now you're using a 20. You have gotten stronger. And why? Because you did this continuously. Right? And so that's where I come from too why, even in the kettlebell sphere, why are where do I get my basics from? Well, guess what? From the strength world that has used them forever. I just used a different modality. And now again, to harp back on that fact, it doesn't make it exclusive or it doesn't add intrinsic additional value unless we maybe talk about the ballistics where I see some adaptations that are unique to kettlebell training with the ballistics and the 4-time stuff. I get that. But at the end of the day, it's like you said, we have a hinge, we have an overhead movement, we have a squat, and maybe have some carries. I remember I talked to a guy, a prospect. We were talking about coaching. He said he's 65 or I think 70, close to 70. He said, listen, the only thing that I do is I grab my 50-pound kettlebells and I farmer's walk these two dudes down the street and back. It's approximately 1 mile back and forth. I've gotten stronger, better. Yeah, he puts them down, right? Continuous base. But I've gotten stronger. What should I do? Well, are you happy? Yes. Well, don't do anything then.
Yeah.
Keep doing
and
what
honestly,
you do.
That's kind of an impressive feat of strength. You're carrying stuff for a mile.
Yes, but
stuff.
he said, right, putting it down, not
Sure.
continuously, but it's impressive. It's impressive. Yeah. And how simple is that? Wait, you tell me I can just pick up 2 bells and walk and then get gains? Yes. Guess what? only lift one bell, and then your other side has to do some stabilizing work. Great for a small muscle that sits. It's a deep muscle, the QL muscle, which can be a great, if it's strong, can be a great weapon against back pain. Here you go.
Yeah. Yeah. And I find the same is true about like something like calisthenics, right? All you need is like a pull-up bar. You can do push-ups, pistol squats, pull-ups, muscle ups, all this stuff. It's like if you really want simple training, these modalities are really good. It's just like the only issue I have with these people is when they start saying, like, making claims like this is the best, nothing else is as good as this, and then like the egregious claims, right? It's just like I'm totally on board with everything you guys are saying. I think calisthenics are great. I do weighted dips, weighted pull-ups. I think they're
Calisthenics is
amazing.
awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It's like they're phenomenal.
Amazing.
Being able
Yeah.
to not only control your body weight, but add
Yes.
weight to it is great.
Yes. Mhm.
But you're missing a bunch of components that we've talked about, right? Squatting, hinging, like you have a lot missing. So instead of being dogmatic about your tribe, why don't you do, like, funny enough, my name is Roman, do like the Romans did and just steal everything.
Yeah.
Just steal all the best shit, just steal all the best stuff and use it.
There is one interesting point that I can share why it makes sense from a perspective where but let's dial it back a little bit. So the reason why I would say I believe the kettlebell is one of the best tools is because I segment it for a specific age group and say for the over 40, 50, 60 crowd, I think it is awesome because it does what you do in the gym with your Jiu Jitsu stuff on a high level, which none of us with a 16 kg can get to your athleticism, but we replicate the mechanisms that you engage in all the time with one singular tool. This makes it really powerful. But I'm not saying you get the same athleticism as somebody who uses all the tools at his disposal, plus puts in a lot of work and is consistent. This is not going to work. Right.
Yeah, and that's
the
exactly.
point.
It's like just be honest about the people that you're training, right? It's like
Yes,
I'm
yes.
training people for combat sports,
Yes.
and you're training a different group of population. And obviously, there's lots of people that use kettlebells for combat sports too. So I'm not saying that that's not part of it.
But here's the key. Here's the key. I always say when they ask me, well, what would be a great kettlebell training? What would be a great kettlebell workout for grapplers? Is it the Turkish get up, like the typical stuff, the Turkish get up and the swing? I say, and when it comes to the Turkish get up, I always say the same thing. I say, listen, look at all these legendary grapplers, the best in the field. Do they do Turkish get ups?
No.
Here's your answer. Right? Here's your answer. Yeah, but if the legends don't use it, you don't have to. That's simple. If you like it, fine. But no, and here's the key. They say, yeah, but it's getting up from the ground. I'm like, listen, I'm not a combat sports specialist, but these people get up off the ground in all kinds of ways. They don't do a ritualistic choreography. You might get kicked in the head if you try to do this. This doesn't work, right? But if a small group talks about this all the time, and it always stays in a small group, and you're considered a heretic if you say something against it, then everybody believes it. You're right? So it happens same in your circles. Instead of saying, listen, let's just objectively look at it and say, no, it's probably not that exercise. Is it swings? Well, probably. Well, and then I say, here's what I would do. I would take a grappler and put him or her through an intense snatch circuit. To build strength endurance, to build the hinge mechanic, to straighten the legs and the back, to loosen up the brakes, and build that crazy mental tenacity that you probably also need in your sport. Now, would I use it as the only form of GPP? No. It would be a base where I'm good at. This is what I would teach you. But it would be the best option to have a couple of guys at your disposal. You have the biomechanist who understand the movement patterns. You have the strength specialist on the barbell. You have the strength specialist from this area. Now we all come together and say, come on, let's build something awesome for this particular athlete. This would be perfect, right?
But see, that line of thinking, what you just said, and that gets you labeled as a heretic. Isn't that insane? Because I have the same thing as people saying that to me about like bodybuilding or powerlifting or whatever. It's like, you can't say this or that. Like, and it's like, why is it that being reasonable is being heretical? And honestly, I find it like if you are pleasing everybody, then or just your own tribe, then I think that you might also be just as bad as naughty, right?
100%. 100%. You're on the same. You have the same line of thinking, and this is especially crazy in the kettlebell sphere. The kettlebell sphere is, and by the way, I have no more battery in these things. This is the
Oh
first
shit.
time I had a conversation with somebody where I lost battery. So we've been talking for what?
3.5 hours.
Oh
Yeah,
my, this is
I know.
insane, man. When I look at Joe Rogan's podcast where I see these guys do 3.5+ hours, I'm like, aren't they tired? My max was 2 hours and 15. This is crazy. Well, people are gonna
We
love
crushed
this.
it, dude.
They're
We
gonna,
crushed it.
gonna love this.
We're mending
But
the border between bodybuilding and kettlebells.
yes, it's we're finally shaking hands, aren't we?
Yeah.
But you're raising this valuable point where I say, listen, the reason why it's considered heretical is because you're not questioning mechanisms, you're questioning people. But here's the key, here's the key. Where I am questioning the mechanism, but by extension, people think I am questioning the people behind that, or the people who propagated that mechanism. Does that
Yes.
make sense?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Like you aren't kettlebell training. You are you, and you have a belief system, or you believe in kettlebell training because of the results you've gotten. And I am not bodybuilding in the same way that like I can program in a leg extension without being like you have to train like Chris Bumstead, right? So it's like you are yourself. You aren't your modality. And I think where a lot of like from your tribe or my tribe gets all messed up is they think that they are their tribe. And it's
Yes.
like, dude, you're not your goddamn tribe. You're
Yes.
you.
You are you. Oh man,
Yeah.
this is big. And here's what I've seen too, which always is so fascinating. They think because you offer a different perspective or a critical opinion of something, which by extension was said by somebody, right?
Mhm.
You offer a critical analysis of this. They think you are personally attacking the guy who said it, which I think is one of the weakest arguments and a very weak state of mind. If you think, if I question, let's say I question something that Roman said, or you question something that Gregory said, or you question something that Gordon Ryan said, and then they said, Roman, how dare you go against Gordon? And you're out there defending yourself saying, listen, it's not against him. I just see it differently. This is what I bring to the table. But
Right.
people completely miss the point because they're so tribalistic. And I believe in the martial arts world, it's the same like it is in kettlebells. Guru A said it. And if you question what he says, you are a problem. Because, and here's, and I hate, no, I don't love this. I hate this because they're gaslighting you by thinking, hey, person A said this. And now you come along and say, I respect that, but here's how I see it. I think maybe he has a blind spot by saying this. How dare you question the guy who brought that sports modality to the map that you use now? You should be more grateful.
Yeah. Yeah. Like just like you said, it's like saying that somebody has a blind spot is just simply saying that they're human beings. No one is perfect. It's like I have never seen anyone as knowledgeable on intricate, hyper complex combat sports information as John Danaher. I have never seen somebody so knowledgeable that somebody will ask a question about a hyper specific, like extremely rare circumstance. And generally, when that happens in jiu-jitsu, the black belt goes, I mean, just don't get there. I would kind of like move my leg like this
Yep.
or what. John has a perfect answer every time. I've never seen him not have a perfect answer. And yet he is constantly studying others to learn more because he knows he doesn't know everything. So that's the difference, right? Is you can question John on things, and he can admit to you that he doesn't know everything, while simultaneously knowing so much information that he also goes and seeks out external things. Like he'll go and he'll study like the 1962 judo finals of the Olympics. That's how
this is
deep
dedication. Yeah.
his knowledge is,
This
right?
is past. Yeah.
He's always trying to find new stuff, even though, like I said, I've never seen him not be able to answer a question with a perfect answer.
Wow.
And that ability didn't come from him thinking he knows everything. Because even right now, where I believe he knows everything, he knows he doesn't know everything, and so he's still finding more stuff.
Which is, I mean, this is how knowledge is created, by looking at people who went before you, who did all of these things. And you know, we're 8 billion people on the planet, so there's lots of knowledge. So you know, I'll never be able to fill that knowledge gap where I say I really know about it until I die, because there's too much information out there. So let me go ahead and always be the eternal student. And here there's so much humility involved in this, where you step up, say, listen, this is, I love this. I'm obsessed about it. I'm obsessed by this thing. I have all the tapes from the 1962 whatever championships. I know all the legendary fighters. I know their techniques, and I'm still looking for answers. This, see, it's, you push through the boredom. This is insane. And lots of people don't even get to 1% and already discard it because it's boring, right?
It's the like the paradox of knowledge, right? And it happens with every like white belt or blue belt on the internet. Is they'll see a UFC fighter do something and they'll go, he shouldn't have done that. And it's because they have, once you get really deep knowledge on a topic, you realize how much you don't know. Not that you do know. But if you get a little bit of knowledge on a topic, you think that you know a lot. And it's like in the belt levels of jiu-jitsu, it's like, here's like your actual knowledge, right? So like right to left, your actual knowledge is going up, but your belief of knowledge goes like this. It goes really high and then shoots down.
You are perfectly describing the curve from the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yes, exactly.
It's, people are stuck on Mount Stupid. And I say this respectfully, I was just like this. When I started with kettlebells, I'll never forget this. I saw Ivan Denisov. That's one of the heavyweights in kettlebell sport. And the guy's a behemoth. And like I said, the long cycle is a clean and jerk with 2 kettlebells, right? Clean and jerk overhead. So I saw him do it, and this was in 2016. And I thought, all right, so he was using, of course, he was using 32s. The heaviest bells, so that's 67-pound dumbbells, kettlebells. And of course, I was smart enough to know I'm not going to pick these heavy things up, even though I had them at my gym. I picked up the 8 kg, so that's the 17-pound, 2 bells. And I remember so vividly, like it was yesterday. I did it, slinging bells between the legs, cleaning up and pressing overhead. I did a couple of reps. I put the bell down. I'm like, I got it. I understand it now. I videotape myself after 6 years. That's, like I said, that's 10 years ago, 9 years ago. In 2019, I got educated by Steve Carter, who's unfortunately no longer with me, but he was my sensei. Steve Carter's an OG in the kettlebell sphere as well. And so he taught me everything in 2019, and since then I was going insanely strong with kettlebells. I really, went into the rabbit hole. I talked to everybody, like I said. And this really enhanced my level of knowledge to a certain extent, where I can consider myself somebody who knows one thing or two about kettlebells. But as soon as I talk to legendary athletes and they share stuff with me, here it goes. I'm like, what? Are you really? How do you do this? And so I recognized again how far away I really am from actually knowing it. And so then it happened. I look back at the video from 2016, I look at it, I'm like, this is the worst technique you can ever put on display. I do everything wrong. But since it was so fresh in my memory, I remember how I thought I knew it. And now after actually learning it, I recognize how much of an idiot I actually was. But back then I thought I got it,
Oh, you knew.
right? So
Yeah.
I think it's human tendency to you learn a little bit about something, and then you actually and you see this in the comments oftentimes, right? Where people comment about stuff, like you said, the white belt says, "Oh, John Jones should have done this. I would have done it better." Of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so in kettlebells, it's the same. I talked to you about this rack position, right? To the untrained eye, it looks really severely, you're severely injuring your back until you actually know what you're doing. I can't tell you how many times I got these comments about that rack position. And
You're gonna
because
hurt
you're
your back.
getting,
You're gonna blow your back. Yeah.
yeah, you're gonna blow. And then it's like, and then I get the same like you. Wait till you're 60.
Oh my God. I can't. That is. Oh.
And I have to put this in perspective. I'm 41, like I said. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel the effects of aging, not that I feel completely demolished and everything, but it's just, I just told Angie, I told her, hey, for example, when I sit down and I get up very fast, sometimes I'm like, wee, right? So
Yeah.
I feel that I'm not 20 again, but I feel awesome, right? Just
Yes.
making this plain. So I do understand that the body's, the effects of aging, it gets to us all. And when you're 55, you won't have the same performance like 20.
Of course.
That's not the question. But the question is, how come you tell me not being knowledgeable about the subject, telling me that with 60 I'll have a bad back, when I know, for example, Valery Fedorenko, who's a legendary kettlebell sport athlete, who hoisted these 32s thousands of times over his head with this rack position, he's 55 or whatever, no back issues.
And he's fine. Yeah. For some reason, people confuse age with wisdom, and they think because they're older, they think they're wise. And it's like you only get wisdom from knowledge, experience, and information. And just because you age doesn't mean you're wise. Because I have the same people telling me that stuff. One, I look young. I look like I'm in my earlier 20s or mid 20s, not like almost about to turn 30. So people will go, "Oh, you don't get it. You're young. You're just a young kid. You don't know what you're talking about." I'm like, number one, I've been doing this for 11, if I started in 2015, 10 years. And two is it's like, I'm not 17, man. Like, I know that 30 is not old, right? I know that I'm still a young man and I still have a lot to learn. But just because you're 52 and you don't understand these things on the level that I do, doesn't mean you're more wise than me. You just been on the planet going around the sun more times.
100%, man. I love this. You should not confuse age with wisdom. And what you're describing about actually understanding, peaking at Mount Stupid and then going deep and really understanding that you actually don't know nothing about it, is it gets replicated all the time with, like, for example, your coach, a legend in that sphere who still admits to not knowing everything and who's still trying to learn new things, while at the same time producing insane results with his athletes.
Incredible, like literally
Right?
mind-blowing results.
Right. So objective, measurable results. And I'm assuming no coiling involved, no crazy rotational super movements involved, nothing. Just plain good old knowledge, like you said, the 80-20 principle, putting in the work. And then, of course, if you reach the top level, you have genetic differences. But I also see the point that, if I may say so, one of the blind spots, if we can even call it this, is from your coach saying, listen, GPP is not my thing. And so maybe you could bring somebody alongside his level of knowledge, being very good at GPP, understanding the biomechanics of Jiu Jitsu, understanding the biomechanics of grappling, and then applying the knowledge of the strength world to the grappling world. And so that's actually what the Soviets did. And then you have two masters. You have the master of SPP and the master of GPP and the biomechanist who ties it all together. You create monsters of athletes.
You forgot one thing, though, from the Soviets. They had the biomechanic guy, they had the strength mechanic guy, and then they had the chemist.
Oh yeah, of course. But let me tell you, even the steroid question. When I talked to Dr. Michael Yesses about this, and when you read through his books, there's a lot of the athletes who say that that steroids actually mess with
Yeah.
your performance in certain areas of sports.
100%. We have the same issue in jiu-jitsu. It's people think that, so like anabolic steroids, right, are invented to put on what an anabolic is, it puts muscle mass on. It's not, I don't even think it's a performance enhancer in my opinion, but beyond the fact that it makes you stronger and more muscular. But there's so many detrimental side effects that, like, in jiu-jitsu is a large ADCC is not even tested. There's no WADA. So it's just
Crazy.
an open playing field. It's insane. And so what you find a lot too is like athletes fizzle out at like 29, 30, 31 years old when they shouldn't be, because of the drugs in the sport. And I'm 100% in the same boat as you, which I'm sure they had the same experience with, of like, if you can just do whatever the baseline is to get like the performance effect or a little extra muscle mass, anything beyond, everybody's like, they're passing grams and grams of gear. It's if you just get the baseline performance and stay healthy, the human body, it can only take so much. You can only get so much stimulus from any given session anyway. So those grams and grams of stuff, the side effects pile up. It messes you up a long term. It screws with your health, your sleep, your digestion, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And
Which then messes with your performance, right?
Yes, and I think that the best athletes, even during the Soviet era, and I'm sure the Americans were doing the same thing, I'm sure that they weren't on anything that we think that they were probably on, and they had a little bit more of an intelligent approach to it. And I think that people they fantasize about the tons and tons of steroids that everyone's totally doing, and it's like.
I think that you can discredit the amount of knowledge and work that goes into building a solid athlete with the steroid argument, where you say, hey, these guys just took steroids and boom. Well, if it was that easy,
do it too. Then you do it.
all right, you do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat because I have to defend bodybuilders too, because I like the sport. I like the athletes. I like all that stuff. It's the same thing. People go, I've seen insane stuff. Even people that I know personally who are like 30% body fat and barely athletic. And they'll post like a picture of like, a bodybuilder. And it's like, I'd look like this if I took steroids, like thinking about doing it, want to look like this. I'm like, brother, that ain't gonna happen to you.
Taking a deep breath, right?
Yeah.
So many things are attached to it. But at the same time, what I also think is fascinating to see is, and this is probably one of those things where the kettlebell saved me from taking steroids and taking drugs, is because kettlebell training took my mind away from my completely damaged body image that I had. When I now look back, which is crazy, I now look back and I think, I remember, because it's so fresh in my memory, I remember I always thought of myself, man, you're just skinny, right? This is not gonna, right? And I have to say, I'm not big. I'm nowhere. I always say, if there's war factions, then you have the behemoths, the gorillas, and the ninjas. I'm definitely the ninja camp. Right. Most definitely.
Sure.
This is how I make light of the situation that I'm not very tall and very big and very strong. It just sounds awesome. I'm a ninja, right? So I can kill you, right? But the point is I totally understand where my body image was back then. I thought I was skinny. I look at pictures from back then now, and I think, boy, wow.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Oh, wow, this was fantastic. I even remember when I went down to 2 digits body fat. I think I was at 9% or 8%. So that left me at 63 kilograms. I was super light. And my jeans, I was able to pull my jeans up like this. I even did a dehydration phase where I was shedding all the water. And I remember that back then, again, fresh in my memory. I looked into the image. I still have the video because I videotaped it. And I looked at my body back then. After everything was said and done, I had my shooting. I looked at myself, I was like, it's not bad. Years later, I look at the footage, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So when you're in it, you don't see it. So this
Nope.
messes up your body image. And so I always played with the thought of taking steroids. I always did it because I was so enamored with building muscle. And so moving away from the typical traditional bodybuilding approach maybe kind of saved me to a certain extent, where I'm now that I'm over 40, I'm like, I don't care about this. I have other things to worry about. So this is what I see can be really an issue in the bodybuilding sphere, where your body image messes with you big time, that you start taking steroids, not because you are trying to become a bodybuilder in a sport sense, but, and somebody once told me this, and I was like, man, there's so much truth to it. He said, listen, if people have been calling you Big Stan your whole life, do you really think you don't want to be big ever? If you ever lose size and they say, hey, what happened to Big Stan? Are you now just Little Stan?
Yeah, your entire personality and image is built off of it.
Which leads to problems down the road, most definitely. And we must say, right? You'd agree with me. We must say that heavy steroid use, or I don't even call it steroids. I say these guys are taking medication. That's what they do.
Sure.
That's medicine for people like you said who need to who have a severe disease. So that's what this stuff was invented for. So if you take that stuff for a long time, there will be health issues down the line.
100%. Yeah, 100%. I think that there's especially with like our modern understanding of like, testosterone replacement, all that stuff, that falls into a different category of like optimizing your own hormones and getting healthy and basically setting your biological hormone clock back to where it was in like your 20s. That's totally cool. But I think people have they think that because we understand that better now, that they think that we have a better ability to like mitigate steroid use. And while we do have better mitigation practices in play, like you said, like anything beyond the natural limit is going to have detrimental effects. It's like when we talk about how dumb it is about like, oh, your insulin spiking. It's like, yeah, well, when it spikes, it comes back down. And that's the same thing that happens in your body with, any anabolics, is like you're going to shut something off because you're turning something up. And there's always a push-pull dynamic in the human body. Your body's really smart. So if you push one lever really hard, a couple other levers are going to pull back really hard. And so yeah, I'm in a place where I look the best that I've ever looked. I'm bigger now than I ever have been. I'm stronger than I ever have been. I don't look in the mirror and go, I hate how I look, but I don't look in the mirror and go, this is fine. I want more. It's like being Anakin Skywalker in Star Wars. You're like, I know I shouldn't, but I want more. Yeah. It's like, I know I shouldn't, but I did.
It's the dark side of the Force that's pulling you in. And man, I have the exact same experience, for example, with, I'm not trying to brag on that regard, but in the last couple, let's say in the last 2 years, my business was taking crazy leaps. So we've had success in the last 1 or 2 years like I haven't seen before. And it does something very strange, which again, it can be muscle, it can be anything. In my case now, it's money, for example. I'll never forget. I was at the barber shop. And so I always get one time per week, I go to my barber and then he does everything. I love it. This is my luxury that I get once a week. And I love this guy. His name is Lou. Shout out to Lou. So we're getting this stuff done. And then he has a friend over there who says, well, you know what? If I had really, really a lot of money, something like 50K, I'd be good. And immediately my brain was like, 50K is a lot of money? I caught myself because I have changed, or I've gotten used to different of how money works and the amount of money I've seen in the last 2 years, that it completely switched my philosophy of, well, a lot of money to me is way more than 50K.
Right. it become adapted to it, right? It's just like the same adaptations we get from training. You get adapted to it.
And the same adaptation that you get from your YouTube analytics. So I check my analytics on a daily. And so the analytics that I see today, because I've adapted to it over this long period of time, if it would have jumped, like spiked, for example, yesterday I saw my analytics from 5 years ago. And today I see my analytics today, from today, I would go insane. I'd be like, wow, what happened? But because you've gotten used to the numbers, here's what happens. You think, that's not enough.
I know, dude. I'm in the same boat with my Instagram. In 4 months, I went from 2,300 followers, like on a personal Instagram account, started posting, and now I'm at 83,000. And like a couple days ago, when I was like slowing down on followers per day, I was like gaining like 400 or something a day. And I was like, what is happening? Like, what the heck? And if I were to go back to where I was at 2,300
like,
and I gained
what?
400 followers one day, I'd be like, oh my God.
What's happening?
And it's like, it's this idea of what we just talked about. It's like you get adapted to anything that you put in your life. It's like you get the new house, you get the new car. It's cool for a week, cool for 2 months, maybe tops. And then all of a sudden it's part of your life.
Yes.
And it's like, I try to, especially now, because like I am doing better on social media now, and I have coaching through that and programs and teams, all that stuff. And I'm making, I make like my military salary already in the span of like a month or so. It's like, it's crazy, right? Social media money, YouTube, all that stuff, like is economy of scale of getting more and more customers. It's like that it's, I find myself tricking myself in that regard too, of like, oh, I only did this month. Like I hate this. I suck at this. And it's like, I feel like in the same way that, we talked about body image, of like where I am in my life right now with like my own, like how I look in the mirror. Like I need to, because when I am 50 years old, I'll look back and go, fuck.
Yeah.
Like I wish I had that. It's like, I need to be grateful for what I'm in right now.
I think the key to this thing is just understanding that this mechanism is taking place, because it's almost like I catch myself telling myself, hey, you should be more grateful for this. But it's very hard to develop an insane level of gratitude for something that you've got adapted to slowly over a period of time in the last 2 years. It's not a spike. It's slow. And even worse, if you get a spike, a viral video, guess what happens when you get the downfall? When, hey man,
just like the insulin spike, just plummet. Yep.
See, it's the law. And just somebody recently, that was on a podcast that I did a couple of weeks back, and this guy asked me. He said, "What was the one thing that?" Very generic question. He said, "What was the one thing that you learned recently?" Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, "Well, one thing that I learned is that love is not a feeling, but a consistent decision." And he was like, interesting. I'm like, well, have you ever been together with a person more than 5 or 6 or 7 years? I've been with her now 10 years. So what happens is it's a hard truth, you get used to it.
Yep.
So it is a continuous, consistent decision to tell her that I love her, to tell her that I need her, to tell her that she's the best thing in my life. Because you get used to it so quickly. And of course, you see the younger ladies, you see this, you see that, right? And so everything crosses your view, and everything that you have, and the only thing that you have to do is recognize you're in it, and recognize one thing that I've learned too is the grass is always greener on the other side until you stay there.
Yes, yeah.
Right?
The grass is greener where you water it.
Yeah, oh, good point, yeah. And so it's with the analytics, it's with the money, and it's with the muscle mass. But I think that the issue with where, maybe followers, well, it can mess with your mind, but with the body image, it messes with your body. And then you start inducing stuff into your body, which can be harmful at the end. But at the same time, we've seen it, right? You have seen influencers and social media content creators committing suicide because, their social media stuff, which is insane, right?
Crazy.
We get used to it so quickly.
Something that like I find that's probably the reason that people get addicted to combat sports. Like I've had 3 knee surgeries in the last year. from things that probably happened while I was in the military, jumping out of airplanes, fast jumping out of helicopters. And then the straw that broke the camel's back was these crazy jiu-jitsu positions that I'm always in that eventually just like tore my meniscus or whatever. But anyway, the point is, how do we get addicted to these like things like jiu-jitsu? And it's what I've found is competing in jiu-jitsu, competing in a combat sport, which I'm sure is amplified in mixed martial arts, is the highs and the lows. Is because it's just you out there on the mat and you win a match, right? And the ref raises your hand, the high of winning a physical altercation. It's so primal, right? It's you won a physical altercation with another person, and getting your hand raised, that high is just so high. But the problem is, it's like anything else. We talked about spikes, right? You have this giant high spike and then you return to normal. And because you were so spiked high, like normal isn't good enough anymore. Yeah. It's like, drugs. It's like being a drug addict. It's like you constantly chase this high, but then in conjunction with those highs in combat sports is losing. Oh my God. Oh, losing in combat sports is one of the lowest lows you can ever go through. It sucks so bad to lose, because at least when you lose on a team, it's like everybody's fault. When you lose in combat sports, it's your fault and you lost a physical altercation. It's a double, like, it sucks so bad. And what I found is like trying to sort of maintain this baseline of like, not saying don't enjoy the highs, but like don't get so high on your own highs. And that's what John talks about too, is like, wow. And this is something that he like almost kind of demands from his athletes, not verbally, but like what he expects is the day you win ADCC on a Saturday, you're training Monday. That idea is, in my opinion, that like back grounded. To baseline. Yeah.
Get
back
grounded
to baseline
immediately.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
That's wisdom talking. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in any area of life, this is how you can maybe mitigate this by saying, listen, I need to ground myself. For example, that 50K stuff, when the guy was, and he was so vividly saying it, like, because, and I asked Lou, who is this guy? He said, well, this and that, has a job over there, blah, 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 blah. And he's very, very political, very outspoken about certain things. I'm like, all right. So, and well, with the money, he's not that sensible in certain situations because he knows him, right? I get it. That's why he thinks 50K is a lot of money. But no, then I catch myself. No, Gregory, listen. 50K is a lot of money. Get grounded again. Mm-hmm. Just because you could spend it like this doesn't mean anything. And so I continuously and consistently pull myself, really, with a lot of effort, pull myself back down and say, listen, no. Let's stay on earth. Because what happens if you take off? Look at Conor McGregor. Look at Mike Tyson.
It's the best case, yeah. And I think it comes from that combat sports thing. I feel like it comes from that combat sports thing. And honestly, like, you don't see it in the same way in other sports, right? Like, yes, there's other amazing accoladed people, but like that like spiral, I think comes from like, imagine being Conor McGregor. Okay, right. So you step into an octagon, there's an arena of people chanting your name. Connor, and it's not for a team. It's not the Philadelphia Eagles. It's not Real Madrid. It's Connor. And he steps into the octagon against Jose Aldo, the lineal champion. And he lights him up in 13 seconds, knocks him, flatlines him, jumps up on top of the cage, puts his arms in the air. He's like a gladiator in the Coliseum. And everyone's chanting your name. You're the Irishman. You are the legend. You are Conor McGregor, double champion. I've got the suits, the money, and all of a sudden you have to go back to training on Monday because some dude, some 23-year-old right now is training to kill you. right? It's like a Rocky movie, right? It's Clubber Lang, doing pull-ups in his basement. That guy's coming to take your head off. And in combat sports, you get these crazy highs, and that it's so hard to come back to baseline. So you have Mike Tyson's, you have Conor McGregor's, where Iron Mike just storming the gates, like coming out, and it's like, how do you come back from that?
And how do you? I mean, Mike Tyson instilled fear. That's like you are a walking deadly virus where everybody knows if I get in contact with this guy, I die.
Yeah.
So if you have this amount of aura oozing from you when you just look at people, it makes you godlike. And somebody, a friend of mine, he told me, listen, Gregory, you know why people really break inside their head or mentally lose it? When they get glorified like God, because this is only reserved to God. If you start defying human beings, you are destroying these people. You are Justin Bieber is obliterated in the head. Will Smith is obliterated. Look, how can you as a normal human being sit across the table with your wife and she completely dismantles you in front of everybody? And then you share it with the world, right? How can you, as Iron Mike Tyson, tattoo your face and bite somebody's ear off? Bro, you killed everybody. And I think with the combat, I think there's a pattern to it, right? Because Roger Federer, for example, the world-class tennis player from Switzerland, I don't even know if the guy competes. I'm not sure. But if this guy ever steps a foot away from the sport, he's good. Typical Swiss culture, grounded person, never had no allures, never was he like, oh, I'm the blah, blah, blah fancy guy. You have a lot of more wannabe celebrities in Switzerland that only the guy in the next village knows, who think they are the ish. When the actual superstar, being Roger Federer, is a very grounded to earth guy. And I think that's the key, right? You have to, I like that. You're the king on Saturday, you win, everybody chants your name, you're celebrated, you go party hard, everybody loves you. You are at the top of the world, and on Monday, you are on the mat with your team or with your coach and 5 other people. No accolades, no chanting, you're yelling, and you're like, bro, I want to get back into the life.
Yeah. I think all the guys that like maintain that high level of achievement throughout their whole career never really cared about any of the other stuff. They just like Michael Jordan's book is literally named For the Love of the Game, right? Like the way that Michael Jordan talks about basketball is different than the way that probably Mike Tyson would talk about boxing. When Mike Tyson comes out in all black, he's the Terminator. He's coming out there to kill somebody, versus Michael Jordan genuinely, with all his heart, loves the sport of basketball. And it's like, I think that you either have to love the game, and like Gordon Ryan, his Instagram name is Gordon Loves Jiu Jitsu, right? Like, I think that the people that are able to stay at the top for long periods of time are not the people that build lifestyles like Conor McGregor, where it's all about the fame, it's all about the power, it's all about the money. It's almost a nonchalantness about it, like a Tom Brady who's just kind of like, yeah, whatever. I mean, I guess,
I guess I got ring number 25. I guess so.
Yeah. Yeah. And they also don't get high on their own supply, right? They're not like, they don't buy into their own bullshit. Like when Tom Brady wins his 6th or his 5th Super Bowl, he's not like, I'm the greatest. He just takes his ring off, puts it next to the other ones, and goes back to practice. It's like, let's get another one. The same way with Michael Jordan. He didn't win a championship and he was like, I'm the best. He's like, I'm not the best until I'm the best. I'm not the best until I have every championship. You know what I mean? I have every MVP. And that sort of like never buying into your own bullshit, I think too reigns true in like social media. Because I think that people lose their minds on social media too, because they get a lot of followers, they get a lot of, viewers, they get a lot of money, and they're like, I'm the king. I'm the fucking celebrity. I'm the kingpin. What are you talking about?
Again, and there's a lot of things to unpack. I think especially with the love for the game, it puts you back to what this guy told me, or what I've read. I don't know if I read it or heard it. Well, the elite athletes push through the boredom.
Yeah.
Right? Where everybody else gets high on their own supply, right? That's why Conor McGregor then took this big fall And then you have other people who don't care about this, which I think the guys from Kazakhstan, these guys who eat rocks for breakfast, right? These are a great these are a great example. These people don't care. They come in, they annihilate you, and they go back. They're training in the cave, right?
They don't care. Yeah.
So, and same with Lasha. Same with Lasha. I love his Instagram.
Yeah.
His Instagram is like no caption.
Yeah. I think there's also something to be said that, like, you know, people are like, oh, well, you should enjoy it. Like, why not enjoy your life? Go on the vacation, drink the alcohol, whatever. And it's like, yeah, that is the healthy way to approach your life, to like enjoy. And but I think that high achievement is unhealthy. Like, I don't think there is any high achiever.
No.
I recently made a kind of a more serious reel about this, but and I actually have to go in about 15 minutes, just as a heads up.
And we can,
I actually wanted to talk about this briefly with you because I don't think high achievement is healthy. You know who Alex Honnold is, right?
Alex Honnold says something.
He's the climber. So there's a documentary about him called Free Solo. So Alex Honnold is famous for a very specific reason. Alex Honnold does these climbing, not all the time, but he does these climbing feats of achievement called free soloing, which is climbing without ropes. And so Alex Honnold had this grand goal of climbing El Cap, which is a giant wall in California, enormous. Like, if you see the top down shots, I would go watch the documentary. It's called Free Solo. It's an amazing documentary. And the way that, like, I mean, he's literally facing death, right? And like, they ask him, like, what if you die? And he's like, when I die, what do you mean? I die. I would rather die doing something that I'm passionate about than live with regret. And we're talking about a guy climbing thousands of meters in the air with no ropes. And we're like, that's amazing. But like, it's not healthy. It's not healthy to just like be okay with dying, just falling off a wall of your death. Like, I don't think that high achievement is healthy for anybody. Like, high achievers, like, they don't enjoy what they're doing. I just had this conversation with my training partner.
100%.
I was asking him, like, because like, I love Jiu Jitsu from the sense of like going to an open mat and having fun, but like training itself, I was like, when's the last time you had fun in Jiu Jitsu? And he's like, I haven't had fun in 5 years. And I'm like, same. And because that's what I'm saying. I don't think there is fun. I don't think there is enjoyment in high achievement. I think you have to decide two paths. Either you're going to enjoy what you do and be passionate about it, or you're going to absolutely try to be the best at it. You can be really good at it, but to be your best at anything, I don't think there's fun in that. I don't think it's healthy.
I wholeheartedly agree. It's when I had a conversation with Dan John. Dan John was I think a discus thrower and a pretty high level ranking discus thrower. I think he represented the U.S. at the Olympics. I can't remember exactly. And he said, well, do you think that doing these crazy rotations with the discus, right, and then throwing that thing, do you think this is good for the spine? I said, well, probably not. He said, it's insane. It's unhealthy.
Yeah.
I really messed up my back, but I wanted it. It paid for my life. It paid for my kids' tuition. It did everything for me. So it was worth it. And so this is where I come from. It's, I think, high level achievement where you want to be the best of the best. You have to be willing to sacrifice your body, your knees, your everything that's attached to you, because you require performance at a level where, like you said, where the 23-year-old is training all day, every day to rip your head off. So that means you have to train like your life depends on it. And it does, right? Yeah. And so I think at a certain point, it's just you do it because it comes so automatic and you identify yourself with it so much, and it actually gets so boring. It is, right? It gets boring when you do something for a very long time. But you still push through it either because you're a narcissist or because you have crazy ambitions, or both, right? It's
probably both, yeah.
Right? You have to be somehow broken. And I say this with a lot of love and respect because the admiration that you're getting, and we admire those people. And from my perspective, here's what I can tell. I've built my business. I started in 2016. I got into self-employment quit my job and did this thing exclusively. And I was working like an insane man. I completely went balls to the walls. And in 2022, the first time I felt that my heart was racing. This is the first time I felt that I was like, what's going on? I got it checked, everything, blah, blah, everything's fine. Doc's like, too much stress, my man. Like, how come? He said, well, this is what happens to men at your age who are high achievers. You guys are pedal to the metal and never enjoy anything.
Yep.
And it's the same with the numbers, with the analytics, with the money, with everything that you earn. I have to force myself to do this, sit down and say, this is awesome, man. No, you get into it and then you just keep pushing like a madman, which is unhealthy as you progress. And then you have to kind of reverse it and say, hey, I have to find my way, right?
Yeah. You have to find balance at the same time that high achievement is the antithesis of balance. There's a
100%.
there's a bodybuilder named Jordan Peters, not Jordan Peterson. This is a bodybuilder, Jordan Peters. He's a British bodybuilder. He's very intellectual. And one of the things that was striking that I heard him say one time, because bodybuilding is a very selfish sport, right? You have to eat very regimented. You can't go out with your friends. You can't go with your family. Even, you have a show coming up. You can't eat Thanksgiving dinner, Christmas dinner, whatever. It's very selfish. And somebody was asking me about balance. And he was like, fuck balance. Fuck balance. And I was like, yeah, I mean, if you
Yes.
are that guy,
Yes.
and you're trying to be the best,
Yes.
he's right. He's right.
I think you maybe have to take a step back, recognize that I need no balance because I want to be the best. And I also realize that I'm sacrificing myself. I think this is, if you have that realization, you're probably at the top that you can be. It's like, yeah, but this is not healthy. I know, and I'm going to do it anyways. Right?
Yeah. And then eventually you'll put yourself into a spot like where you can say, I can take a step back and enjoy what I'm doing and find that balance. But I don't think that you climb to the top of mountain with balance. It's like the paradox of balance. It's the paradox of achievement.
You go insane. And it's the same. I approach everything with this storm mentality. The same with kettlebells. 5 years ago, nobody ever heard of me. And now I'm at the top 10 of the kettlebell voices worldwide with what we do, at least on YouTube, and people gravitate towards it. And now everybody from those kettlebell areas know the name, because I went insanely crazy in digging deep. But I also saw a pattern. I saw a hole. I saw, the kettlebell folks are rather a little bit on the older side of things. I can go right here and use it and go balls to the walls. I have found the target audience that we serve, and now I do what works continuously. I know it gets boring, but I continue doing it. But I recognize that I had a sprint mentality until 2022, and now I have to use a marathon mentality. And understand I want to do this until I die, and that shouldn't be in 5 years. So I have to continue pushing, but understand I have to set back. But at the same time, for an athlete, it's probably not that easy, right?
Yeah. With an athlete, it's like, I think it just kind of goes back to what we've already talked about. It's like, it's unhealthy to be an athlete at the highest level. Like, performance isn't health, which is why PEDs, performance enhancing drugs, aren't healthy. It's because you're pushing one lever super hard. And all the other ones are going to pull back.
Roman.
Yeah.
We talked, what? 4 hours and 20 minutes?
Yeah.
This is insane. Man, listen, I truly appreciate your time. This was an awesome experience. I think everybody who's going to tune in and listen, especially those who came this far, will agree with me. This is one of the most interesting discussions. It's also cool when you talk to somebody you're a little bit younger. You're connected to the pulse of time, which is so fascinating. I really appreciate your time. So here's how we're gonna do this. Once this thing is over, I'm gonna work it through the editing process, but it's simple. Takes a couple of days. Then I'll upload it to the podcast channel. I share it with you, and then you can do whatever you want with it. All right?
Sweet. Amazing. I just want to say a couple things. One, Gregory, thank you for having me on. It's been a pleasure talking with you. We covered a wide range of topics that I don't think probably anybody expected us to cover. I think we found a bunch of common ground, and I think both of us respect what each other do. I have no ill will towards the kettlebell community. I know I come off as sometimes controversial or abrasive in terms of that. And guys, I hope you can realize that a lot of what I do on social media is for fun and for jokes. And I find that the message I'm trying to push is to get athletes stronger, in better shape, and feel better. And I'm sure you do the exact same thing for your population of people that you train. Obviously, you're very, very knowledgeable. You know what you're talking about, and you have plenty of experience doing it. So I think that if this was anything, I think it was a meeting of the minds in terms of finding ways that we all kind of agree on the same training modality in the sense of the basics, the 80-20 rule, right? We have a lot of common ground. We have more in common than we have in different, because we're lifting weights to get stronger
100%.
and build our bodies. And the difference between us and somebody sitting on the couch is so much smaller, tinier. We just do different things. So I think that we are much more similar than we would ever have before this conversation probably would have liked to admit, which is I think amazing. And I really like your stuff. When I initially watched a reaction video to me and to Adam, I actually was sitting with my girlfriend. She was sitting right there. We were watching on the screen, and I was like, "Oh, here we go!" And we started. She was actually recording me because I thought it'd be like a funny like reaction video to your reaction of my reaction. And I was watching it, and 90% of the time, I was just kind of nodding my head. I was like, "But yeah." Good point. Yeah. So I thought I was going to get content. Yeah, I thought I was going to get like content out of it, and most of the time I was like, yeah, man. I mean, he's right. Yeah. So
I appreciate that, man.
Thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. I had a wonderful time talking to you.
Me too. You're welcome, man. And I like to end this by just giving it back to you, because when I checked your content and as I was skimming through looking for the kettlebell stuff, I actually found that everything you said, all of the stuff, as we have now seen in our conversation, we see it on the same level. And I think there have to be more people like this who agree. Yeah, and we can disagree, that's fine. But we agree on one of the most central elements, and that is the basics. Doing it consistently, and then of course teaching it to your folks, but making sure that it's the boring stuff is the stuff that works, right? So Roman, I truly appreciate it. I'm gonna send you all the links once it's done, and we'll stay in touch. All right.
Awesome. Let's just get one picture for the Instagram. I'm gonna take a selfie.
Of course, do it.
Of the podcast. Here we go. Hell yeah. Sweet.
Perfect. Appreciate it, brother. It was awesome talk. Hey, you're welcome. We'll stay in contact. All right.
Awesome.
Take care. Thank you. And if you're wondering what type of kettlebell I'm using, it's the Pro Kettlebell, the best kettlebell on the market. Period. We are working hard to making it available in the EU, Switzerland, as well as the UK as soon as possible. We have a waiting list in the description where you can get notified once we open up shop. Check the link in the description to get 10% off your next purchase and use the code LEBERSTARK at checkout. Of course, like it and subscribe, and do not forget to download my free Kettlebell Code ebook that is in the first link in the description. If you're over 40, I believe the kettlebell has so many benefits. I've already mentioned it. It builds muscle. It trains and requires your brain to be active. Coordination efforts are going through the roof. You get an awesome flow feeling. You can build your strength endurance. You can do something for your heart health. It's great for mobility. Great tool against back pain. You only need one bell and you're safe. Doesn't require a lot of space. It's a minimalist tool. You get so much bang for your buck. You can do so much in very little time. And I want to explain it to you and show it to you in detail in the Kettlebell Code, the second edition. That's my ebook. You'll find it in the first link in the description. I've taken over 2 weeks to rewrite that thing. After 12,000 or 13,000 downloads, I've come up with the second edition, which you are free to download right now. That gives you a heads up and an intro to kettlebell training.